Are we recording? Okay, we're live. A call to order. The City of Indio Council and Indio Water Authority meeting. My name is Wayman Furman. I'm the mayor of the City of Indio. I will be chairing this meeting. Could I have a roll call, please? Okay.
For the record, all council members are present today.
All righty. The second item is item number 2, public comment. This time is set aside for public comment for items not on the agenda. Do we have any public comment?
None, Mayor.
No public comment, so we'll move to item number 3, adjourn to closed session.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The City Council will move into closed session for the items listed on the closed session agenda.
All righty, we will adjourn to closed session. Okay, good evening. Call to order the City of Indio joint meeting with the Indio Water Authority. Today's date is January 19th. It's Wednesday. My name is Wayman Furman. I'm the mayor of the City of Indio, and I'll be chairing this meeting. Could I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Holmes,
Present.
Councilmember Miller,
Present.
Councilmember Ramos Amit. And she is present in Zoom. Mayor Pro Tem Ortiz
Present.
and Mayor Furman.
Present. Do we have a invocation, clerk?
We do not have an invocation today, Mayor.
We do not have one to do the invocation. So I would ask you to please stand and join us all in the Pledge of Allegiance. You please place your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Amen. All right, thank you. All right, moving along to item number 4, the city attorney report on closed session.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The council met in closed session for the items listed therein, and there's no reportable action.
Great, thank you. We'll move to item number 5, presentations. Our first presentation is item 5.1. It is 2021 Tamale Festival presentation by Gopti Sanka, President of CUSP Agency. Good evening, sir.
Hello, evening, Mayor, council members, city staff. I don't know if you don't mind. I do feel like I'm getting a little bit more comfortable up here. So thank you for having us back once more to inform everybody about Tamale Festival. And it really seems so long ago now. You know, it's been a little over a month, but a lot has changed, and we're honestly more thankful than ever to have had the opportunity to pull this off for everybody. You know, over the course of last month, we've been wrapping things up and tidying up, you know, packages of reporting for city staff and putting some media together and touching base back with our partners that helped us produce this event this year. So in that effort, we collected a lot of fun photo media that we're really excited to utilize into the future in promoting and growing this event together. And we've edited some of that into a short recap video, and might be a good way to give this a start, a little jolt to the memory, if you don't mind.
Wonderful day here in Indio at the annual International Tamale Festival. We want to invite everybody to come out next year. It's celebrated right here in Indio every December.
You might recognize that outro from Hugh Hauser and his great episode on Tamale Festival from '97. So, you know, we're really excited to, you know, have these pieces to tell the story and convey some of the energy and emotion of this event, you know, moving forward. You know, I think the last few times I've been up here before everybody, we were in very conceptual places, and now we're excited that we can really show and give a taste of the feel and the experience to everyone involved and everyone we want to get involved in the future. Just some top line things, numbers and things that seemed interesting in speaking to city staff and Jim and IPD. We think we had about 60,000 attendees this year. We think that's maybe about 35 on Saturday and 25 on Sunday. We're really excited about that in a way, because considering the environmental conditions, we only have room to grow and we only have assets to grow. At 60,000, this event has been known to be 80 to 100,000, and I'm really confident we can get it back there. Over the short run of time span we had to put this together, we managed to bring back 57 food vendors at the experience, about 20 of those individual tamale stands. And we're excited to, have a whole year to book and curate more tamale vendors and more food vendors into the future. We booked over 45 different performers at the festival, 27 of those being artists here from the Coachella Valley, many of those artists here from the city of Indio. Overall, we engaged directly 30 local businesses to be involved in the festival for an impact of $300,000, almost half of the budget. And beyond, we hired directly 18 residents from the city of Indio into the production of the event. It was a great experience. I think actually that'll pay a lot of dividends into the future, because we got an opportunity to work with coordinators to be food vendors and stage coordinators, and really put them in a professional setting and have them live up to the moment. So we're actually really excited about continuing to utilize residents of Indio and the production of this into the future. My team at CUS, we clocked over 5,000 hours in preparation of this event. We secured over 8 brand partners, much with the help of the city of Indio and city staff, introducing us to a lot of the former partners and introducing them to the new offering. And overall, across our social media channels, we connected with a little over 250,000 people. So, impacts in a lot of ways. And I think there's room to grow. Just again, looking back a little bit on the experience, we all, I think, did many laps around the show, and we were really satisfied with the layout of the event. We learned some things the hard way. As we moved, let's say, some of the experiences into lots and lawns that came with additional power distribution and ADA access, which we fully recognized and tried to troubleshoot as best we could through the course of the weekend, and know is a big area of improvement moving forward. Other than that, we were really happy with the experience in the Carnival, Bounce House, Michelada area. The engagement on the Luchador Wrestling was really awesome. The Mercado, we were really satisfied with how people engaged that space and flowed through there. And it's something that we would love to continue expanding on, as well as we're really happy with the amount of engagement we have with Tamale Plaza, how we utilized it as a sponsor asset and created a beverage area between the performance and food area. So some things we got right, some things we got wrong, and opportunities for us to learn and grow from. I think everyone is familiar with the sort of talent and curation. I was really excited about the local acts really living up to the moment and really promoting the opportunity and bringing their families along to experience that. You've seen some of this along the ways, but now we've gone from reference photos to actual photos and media of what happened over the course of the weekend. And I like to share this because this is what we're going to be utilizing to sell and engage our sponsor partners into the future. So a lot of these spaces, I think everyone lived and experienced. The VIP was interesting. It was really beneficial to utilize as a sponsorship asset and inviting the public in the space by engaging our sponsor partners. We had over 20 wrestlers at the Chavela Throwdown Wrestling. It was full. I was really engaged. Actually, per square footage on the bar, the highest grossing bar of the whole festival. So, you know, some things that we have learned through looking at the reporting that has come through the event, from sales to point of sale, and even ticketing, looking forward to utilizing those assets to make smarter decisions. Attractions, actually something I almost underestimated through the experience, but highly engaged. People really love the carnival rides. On Sunday, they really couldn't get enough of them. We didn't have, you know, adequate lighting and power out there for them. So we had to shut it down with sunset, but there was a lot of pent up demand to, I think, keep going there. The bounce house, visually really striking. I think it took time for folks to warm up to it, but on Sunday, there was a line of 100 people all day long looking to engage that. Attractions, we did change the strategy quite a bit this year. We offered a unified day pass, similar you would see at a fair. We did that by really working our vendor relationships in a unified strategy and offering a unified box office where we sell the passes as a festival, as opposed to engaging the individual attraction vendors. I think that worked really well. We collected really good information and data from the people that purchased those tickets and where the demand was across the attraction. I think this is actually really an area to grow the event into the future. Lots of fun and joy between the car show and the roller skating and the DJ there, really going on all hours of the event. And, you know, I think it was important for us to create free and available and welcoming areas like the car show or the wrestling, as well as having and Desert Recreation actually had a great activity area, as well as offering, you know, those sort of ticketed attractions for those that chose to engage. You know, through the course of the 3 months or odd that we were promoting it, we were very lucky to develop really good web assets, a digital application flow, a text message list that was pretty highly engaged. You see, you know, even though we had a really short ramp up to promoting this on the web and digital side, the engagement really hit late in November after we announced the talent and the program and the holiday break for Thanksgiving. So interesting information on how we might approach marketing in the future. You know, from the website and some of the digital assets, just gleaning some information of, you know, the places that the interest is coming from. If you're interested in Pacoima, Pacoima is where our sponsor partner, Vallarta, is headquartered. So I'm assuming they were quite interested in the program that they were putting together. But, you know, it was really fun to see a wide region, lots of folks asking me about the Tamale Fest from, you know, my entertainment and festival circles. So I was really pleased to sort of see that interest. You know, actually very mobile and the users that were engaging, we see that on the social side and on the web. Actually was very interested. 60% of the people that engaged the website were direct engagement. So they either saw the URL on the billboard that the city helped us put up, or, you know, I think those are also maybe a return interest. So it makes me feel like there's a lot more awareness we can work to get out there. SMS text message list, we sent about 14 different messages through the course of the lifespan of the event, whether there were sponsor messages or updates on talent and attractions. We were really happy with the engagement rate on these messages. It's well above average for other assets. You know, we felt and heard people were staying informed through the text message list. So we'll continue leveraging that. we created a lot of media, especially on social, around the event. So, a graphic and marketing effort. And, we were really happy with how that rolled out, and we'll continue sort of a content strategy as we unroll the program for the next cycle. Just some information, for basically a brand new asset. We have pretty good Instagram following now, and we'll continue to develop that. We tried streaming the event for the very first time. That had a lot of cool utilities. You saw some of that footage in the recap video. You saw it on stage on the video screen if people were maybe far away from the stage. And we have a lot of those performances archived from the performers on the main stage. So beneficial to have the video operation. Saw a lot of great feedback across social media. This is all user-generated content and feedback from channels. It was just great to see people enjoying a bright day and having, great things to say about the experience. So, I think that sort of, speaks for itself. Many thanks to the team here and Brooke, who really helped us get into plenty of spaces between the local news channels, the Desert Sun. We had some great write-ups in the Press Enterprise and the CV Independent about the experience. I think, the message was sent that, we're trying to think differently and really push what we're producing here. And then, the real wrap up, revenues. Ultimately, we came into this with the intention of, really ramping up our personal expectations and everyone's expectations of this event. We went out on a limb, and we really hoped that our sponsorship sales acumen was there, and we produced an event that was a multiple in terms of expense than it ever has been before. Our benchmark's 2018. But at the same time, we increased revenues on this event almost 2.5 times over. I think in a short runway, that's pretty impressive. Everyone worked extremely hard at that, from city staff handing us off to sponsor partners, to changing the strategy on attractions to increase revenues, and also, trying our best to rethink, concessions revenue. So really satisfied with the growth in revenues. We did miss the mark, between expenses and revenues a bit there, but, for the first year, I'm really satisfied. We have our baselines down. We know where we need to optimize, and we know where we need to drive more revenue and opportunity into the future. You see some of that breakdown here. This is on the revenue side. What were the big drivers? Obviously, very generous support from the city of Indio to step it up. We had a 2x increase on sponsorship year over year, and that's 2x on the highest grossing year of sponsorship for the festival. We did that in really short order. And I think going into this next year, we're gonna take that up another, I won't commit, but substantially. And we're gonna really try to drive those partnerships early in the year. So, we can really create some great experiences. I think attractions revenue, I've been working with city staff and sort of thinking about opportunities there, how we can maximize operational hours of the event that would drive additional attractions revenue and help sort of fuel and balance all this. On the expenses side, I mentioned this prior and going into the event that it was a challenging environment to work in. Being in December in a COVID environment, after a long sort of compressed schedule of events, we faced a lot of problems in sourcing vendors. We faced issues in labor and sourcing volunteers, which were then supplemented by labor. Also, increase in costs, especially in AV and sound. So it was challenging, to sort of keep that in line, but at the same time, I think we came pretty close and balanced in this budget, and we added a whole lot of experience and impact to things. I do think, looking forward, we can squeeze more, optimize the production spend here. And I think actually we probably underserved our advertising and marketing and need to be a little bit more aggressive on that in the future. There's places that I think we can really continue sort of optimizing forward. And then, some of our parting thoughts, just kind of thinking about, analyzing, where from here. We're really satisfied with the ability to have budgeting baselines and to really forecast more accurately moving forward. We had really tried to drive home an emphasis on the experience. I think that'll change this next time. I like the experience and I think we can grow that, but we want to really put some emphasis back on the tamales. So we'll bring that back around. We were really happy that we managed to have a safe and healthy operation, even considering the environments with the help of IPD and fire and, security staffing. Really happy with that. We have a new branding and identity, which will continue to evolve a little, but a great baseline for us to move forward. Media, data that we talked about, ticketing, point of sale, help us make decisions. We're really happy with our box office operation. So maybe an idea that we'd like to continue expanding. We talked about some of the weaknesses through this. Totally recognize it was probably the hottest day since then, unusual sunny day. So we need more shade, we need more seating in those conditions. And we need to do better by our ADA guests and have an operation to service them adequately. We want to have a more aggressive approach on defining a volunteer program. We did have volunteers and great organizations support us here, but we can do better and we can help, in the same vein, train up and make the experience inclusive and optimize the event a bit. Vendor lines, mostly tamale vendor lines. They were long across the event. Our intention is to create a program that hopefully will double the amount of tamale vendors into this next year. There was a little apprehension from some of them also because of COVID and having seniors in their family and not wanting to operate. But I really think, we had really good feedback from all the tamale vendors on the way out and their ability to have sold out their goods, having lots of demand. I think we built some trust and rapport in the experience. So I'm pretty confident that we'll be able to book many more and get more tamales in people's hands. And then opportunities, we talked about maybe more operational hours that would really support on the attractions revenues, things like the bounce house and the carnivals. Renting all that stuff's pretty expensive. Operating it definitely helps pay down those bills. So, would love to consider adding a few hours to Saturday or Sunday, or perhaps even exploring maybe some night markets in portions of the festival where we can continue operating those experiences and maybe expanding the programming Friday or Thursday night or the Christmas tree lighting. I think there's an opportunity for the 30th anniversary to sort of expand the thinking of the programming and scheduling. Also looking ahead, hopefully these are not the same conditions we share next year in terms of COVID or traffic in the marketplace. We hope we can increase that attendance and increase the sponsorship. So all in all, the team has been very happy and satisfied in servicing this and producing this with the community. And we're still really energized about continuing to work on this festival into the future. And we really appreciate everyone's support and engagement in a very short amount of time, and looking forward to what we can do with the whole year. So thank you, guys.
Great. Thank you for the presentation. Do you have any comments from council?
Absolutely. I just think, first of all, you did a phenomenal job. You knocked it out of the park. And the fact that you did that in a short period of time, I mean, I don't know how you do. You have clearly a magic wand, because it really went off flawlessly. I just wanted, thank you for your observations, because I was thinking, gosh, do we need more carnival rides? I wonder, and you've got all that wired in. How did having 2 locations for tamales work? Because it's really kind of great, actually. It alleviated some of the lines and so on and so forth, but I know we've never had that in the past. I don't know. How do you think all of that worked?
Forging the relationship with the tamale vendors as a community was a challenge. I think we were new to it. And I think we all needed to buy some mutual trust with each other, and so we did want to create a plaza that we can sort of package and market and create an area that necessarily wasn't on asphalt, a more park-like environment. We created opportunities for the tamale vendors to engage that space or to find their traditional spaces that they preferred. We really just try to incentivize them the best we could to try some of the new things. And you know what? Actually, they were things like insurance policies, they were really engaged on this year because we helped them optimize how to onboard onto that. Point of sale, everyone gave that a shot and try just so we can get some more insights. Everyone that ended up in the Tamale Plaza actually was pleasantly really enjoyed it and look forward to coming back. But I think ultimately having that's the space in front of the main stage is the most in demand retail space at the show. Ultimately, I think there are sort of hot spots like that around the event. I think for us moving forward, like we want to continue offering something like Tamale Plaza. We can probably optimize how it's organized and laid out a little bit. And I think we can find maybe new incentives for the tamale vendors to take up more booths, make more tamales, or maybe let us support them in the infrastructure of helping them bust the lines, whether it's, payments or scaling their operations, I'm not necessarily sure that more tamale vendors will cut the lines because if anyone saw, people like really specific tamale vendors. So we need to work with them hand in hand and helping them scale their operation.
Yeah.
Is my sort of take on that.
Great.
I'm sorry. I thought the skate rink was outstanding. What a fabulous idea. I think we need to incorporate that in more things that we're doing at the city. That was wonderful. Luchador, that was cool. The music was fantastic. I had so many people telling me how great the music was. A couple of people mentioned, can you announce the set times a little earlier?
Sure.
I've never seen so many people downtown on as I did on the Saturday night, and the energy and the music and the vibe and everything was really phenomenal. So, you have such great information and such great insights, and I look forward to, I can't wait. 11 more months for the next one to come around. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, we had a lot of good feedback from the residents. I think they really enjoyed the layout, the different layout now. I think it's better use of the space. You're using the parking lots and the green spaces, like you're saying, like a park-like environment. People really enjoyed that too. The decorations, got a lot of compliments on the decorations. Everything looked good.
Much more expensive than I intended. But not the decorations and stuff, but the teams and the labor and the hardware to get them hung up. Actually, City Works was magical in supporting on that. So thanks to the team there. It took some effort.
Yeah, and the attractions, like you said, the attractions were really good. The car show, the skating rink, the luchador. There was so much going on that it kept everybody busy, right?
Moving, yeah.
Kept them going, and great food. The bounce house was amazing. Carnival rides, I think that does need a little bit of work, but the people enjoyed them so much that we need more of them, right?
Yeah.
But thank you, and thank you to our staff too for helping us out on all those projects, and to your staff as well. Please let them know that we said thank you. The performances, great variety of music. People really enjoyed the performances as well. And it's good to see that you guys are already looking at all the improvements that you want to make for the next year in terms of the marketing and the planning and everything. So just really enjoyed it myself and got a lot of good compliments on it as well. I did want to see one thing I heard a couple of times was that they wanted to see more food vendors.
Yeah.
But is that something you heard as well?
Most of the demand I felt was like from the more tamale vendors in
More tamale
particular.
vendors. Okay.
You know, we did introduce some other things, you know, nachos and spicy pies and chicken tenders and whatnot. They didn't really move the needle as much as the demand for tamales, honestly.
Yeah.
So, you know, that's something we're honed in on.
Yeah, maybe
Yeah.
just like maybe they have a historical expectation of all these tamales.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but yeah, no, great job. You know, thank you to you and your team, and we look forward to the next year as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Great job. You know, you did an outstanding job of bringing our community into getting involved. You hit the ground running, which was really good. You know, my office is in downtown,
You
so I
saw us
saw you
working
out
every
there
day, yeah.
firsthand what you're doing. I like the idea that you already have plans and ideas and thoughts, and it is the vendors. I think if you can get more tamale vendors, I don't know if we need to put up like a cash prize or something to bring more people in, because a lot of them are nonprofits. I think the other thing you could do to limit some of the lines too is to have pre-orders where people can order there and pick them up, so that you don't have the people spending a lot of time in lines.
Especially the bulk orders.
Yes, the bulk orders, have them do it where it's set up, especially some of the bigger vendors. So that way the people can continue to spend, shop, do other stuff, and then know that they can go pick up tamales, go to a certain area and pick it up, kind of like you would. So I think that would help with a little bit. I like the idea of the extra rides. I think you did an excellent job of music and rides combination. It kept people active and busy. I think just reaching out a little bit more now that you're here and getting with the community will bring in those numbers for you. I mean, the quality was there. I think a little bit of it was apprehensive because of the environment, because of COVID, because we haven't had it in a while, that, you know, they weren't sure. But once people got there and the word got out, I think you're going to continue to grow, and just let us know how we can help you to be successful. And the one other thing I would say is if you could look at, you know, like the Tamale Festival, somehow get our youth or something involved with it, and maybe like the poster or something. We did that with our Chamber of Commerce. Each year they have a contest and they pick out a different, you know, theme or that for the poster. I don't know if that's your theme, but somehow get more people engaged longer period of time.
Yeah, I think we missed the boat based on the timing that have the local high schools more engaged, and I know we worked on that. So this time I think, you know, hopefully they'll be excited to be at the table for that. Yeah,
I have no doubts that you're going to be more successful. Just let us know how the city of Indio can help you be successful. The
Thank
better
you.
success you are, the better we are. And you did an amazing job. So please let your team know and
Thank
everybody that thank you.
Councilman Ramey, do you have any comments?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to congratulate the team here, CUSP, for putting this together in such short order and putting off a successful event. I really enjoyed watching the social media side of it, how engaged the public was, and just how they captured the essence of the whole event. That really was exciting for me across a lot of different platforms. So congratulations on engaging the community in that aspect. And I'm happy to hear that you are considering a later hours, because for many years we've debated that there's such a demand for later hours. And I know the tamale vendors and the vendors are tired, but at least the music and the rides, something that the people can continue to do throughout the evening. You know, dawn is kind of too early for people to want to go home. They want to continue the party and really get their money's worth, really.
we especially noticed that on Sunday, Iron Man, Sunday church. It came in later, but it came in heavy when it came. So that's where a couple extra hours would make a big difference, you know?
Yeah, well, thank you for looking at that. Congratulations to all of you. And thank you, staff, for supporting this great event in our community.
First off, hats off to you and your team. I mean, in the time that you were able to pull this off, it went off great. I know we could Monday morning quarterback about things we can do, what we should do, but I'm going to tell you this. I was there both days. I was there the night before it started. I was there the morning when we were driving around in the car.
And when we're cleaning up the confetti.
And when we're cleaning up the confetti. And I'll tell you this, I see nothing but smiles. And those smiles that I seen came from Texas, came from Arizona, came from, I took pictures of folks from Oxnard, There were a few celebrities that were in attendance. The roller rink was a hit.
Yeah, I love
Those
that.
folks from the Bay Area, good folks. And I tell you
The
what,
godfather of skating. Yeah.
when I tell you what that did, what that did, that got our community activated. And you wouldn't understand how many calls and text messages I got. We need a roller rink in Indio.
That's
And
cool.
so I tell you this, Gopi, you did an excellent job. Congratulations to you. Congratulations to our community for having this and being part of this, especially in these times, where we were able to do this and do it safely. And also in the future, the city and our community are going to assist with this getting bigger and better as we activate our downtown, which we're in the process of. So next year, it's going to even get bigger and better because we're going to have some more stuff going on downtown. So thank you. And we're looking forward to seeing you the next couple of years, and congratulations on a successful event.
Thank you. Thank you.
All righty. All right, so we'll move on to item number 5.2, which is a presentation by Mr. Josh, an instructional coach at Thomas Jefferson Middle School, to seek input and community support towards accomplishing certain goals. Is Mr. Alvarez? Okay.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Mayor and the council members, city staff. I'm gonna just wait just another second for our principal, Margot McCormick, and our assistant principal, Helen Chang, to join in. Thank you so much for seeing this this evening.
Well, thank you for being here, Ms. Alvarez. We've known each other for a few years now.
Yes, sir. Uh-oh. Let me try this one more time.
Good afternoon or good evening.
Welcome, Principal McCormick. Nice seeing you again as well.
Nice seeing you again. Thank you, Mayor. Well, thank you, Mayor, and special shout out to Mayor Pro Tem, Mr. Ortiz, one of my former students. I'm glad he's on the City Council. So again, I'm Margot McCormick. I'm the proud principal of Thomas Jefferson Middle School. Very dear to my heart. I've been a long member of the community of the City of Indio, a graduate of Indio High School. And my claim to fame is my mother went to Thomas Jefferson Middle School. So it's extremely dear to my heart, as the community is. So tonight I want to just say, I have Joshua Alvarez, who's our instructional coach. He is amazing working with our staff and our students. And I also have Miss Helen Chang, my right-hand person, who's our assistant principal at Thomas Jefferson Middle School. So tonight we are going to tell you a little bit about the school and a little bit about all the changes we have going on, positive changes, especially engaging our students in our community, and how we'd like to have partnerships in our community and just be an ever-present member of your community. So today we're going to share the positive work that's being done and seek educational partners to support our work towards our school-wide goals. So right here is where I'm going to leave you in the capable hands, the gifted hands of Joshua. And go ahead, Joshua.
Thank you, Mr. McCormick. And once again, good evening, everyone. I hope you can see the screen. It should say climate and culture, right? I was having an odd moment there with the screen share, but Ms. McCormick, Ms. Chang, we're good, right? It's on the appropriate screen? Okay.
You are good, Mr. Alvarez.
So this year, as in previous years, especially through the challenges of COVID, we have sought to take even further steps to building a positive climate and culture at Thomas Jefferson. And we've worked hard to incorporate at the tier 1 level our ROC values, which stand for respect, ownership, cooperation, and kindness. It's a message that we continually drive home to our students and staff. Our staff are constantly promoting these positive characteristics to our students. And we also seek to help our students engage in this type of positive behavior throughout the day, especially when there are moments of conflict or moments where there needs to be a positive solution to an issue. And this, like all middle school students, right, we have our challenges, but we always bring them back to these core values. We also have a wonderful solution center taught by 2 great educators that are promoting restorative practices to our students to help them reflect on their behavior, to deal directly with the behavior, and to support students emotionally and through their behavioral well-being. And we've seen great success in this Solution Center. It's been a very positive effort on our campus. We've also incorporated something new this year. We call it the 40-day challenge. Essentially, it equates to one semester or one quarter of the year. And what we're doing through this 40-day challenge is we seek to improve and challenge our students to improve and have good attendance, behavior, and academics. Through the attendance aspect, we challenge our students to be present. The message is don't miss school, right? Because we understand that students are sick, or we understand through COVID that there are concerns or quarantine that has to take place. So we don't say don't miss school, right? And we're approaching this from a positive aspect. We want students to be present. We want students to arrive to class on time, because being in class is their learning, it's their engagement, it's going to help them grow. We also deal with behavior in a positive way, where we approach conflict by communicating with adults or counselors, and we try to resolve everything in a safe and positive manner. And the third challenge for our students is academics. Grades, yes, we encourage our students to earn their highest grades possible. However, we also use a software through our district called iReady. And specifically targeting for our campus, we are aiming to improve our literacy scores, our literacy targets for us, for the dashboard in California. And so we challenge students to spend time weekly on lessons, and then 3 times a year they take a diagnostic test. And we have seen some wonderful growth in that diagnostic, and all of this is part of the 40-day challenge. Just to share a little bit of positive growth this year, in these last few months, since we took this back in September, we have seen a 5% increase of students perform at grade level or one below grade level compared to the numbers in September. We've seen, specifically targeting our English learners, we've seen students increase 5% to become at grade level or below grade level. And that is a fantastic progress for our EL students. We've seen our 6th graders show tremendous improvement. 6th graders are performing at a students 6% higher than they did in September. And then our 8th graders are just crushing it this year. They did 10% more of them are performing at grade level or 1 grade below grade level. And this is from our data during last week's January 11th iReady diagnostic. So we're seeing some great numbers, and we're really grateful for our students stepping up. We're really grateful for the staff promoting these positive things on campus. In addition to this 40-day challenge, and part of the reason why we're presenting this tonight, we've established what we're calling a fun day that follows shortly after the 40-day challenge. Because if students are able to accomplish the criteria within that challenge, we want to reward students with a positive incentive. And so we provide a half day during this fun day where students are able to participate. They choose, right? We don't assign, they choose what they would like. And they get to participate in these great activities that our own staff members put on. So we have some really cool things happening. We rented a game truck that came out, and the kids just went crazy for this thing. It was really neat to see them in there. And then we had staff members leading painting, DIY projects. One staff member was doing manicures with students. Some students just want to chill and hang out. So we had teachers willing to just open their classroom and let them chill. We had our PE teachers do a color run, which was super messy. I'll show you some photos in a second. One teacher doing Lego building. This next time around, we're going to have one of our cafeteria staff bake cookies, sugar cookies with 12 of our students. We're really excited about that one. And there's magic modeling clay that we're doing, and science experiments, and so many more wonderful things. And again, all of this is by teachers for our students. The first round went great, and now we're looking forward to the second round. Here are some photos from the first fun day. We have students playing board games or Jenga in the classroom. We have color run. We have the game truck, manicures. We have the science lab with Miss Mix, who did an awesome job. Our counselors hosted Loteria, and the kids just ate that up. They loved that game, and they were earning Mexican candies that night or that afternoon. We had one teacher offer how to play drums or guitar, like rock band class, and that was really cool. And then we had a couple teachers host a pumpkin painting activity as well, because this was right around the time of right before Halloween. So wonderful, wonderful time during our first one day. We're really looking forward to this next one coming up on February 11th. So that's just a glimpse into the first overall arching tier 1 level that we're trying to positively encourage our students to meet those 3 areas. We encourage positive attendance, positive behavior, and positive academic growth. And I'll turn this back over to Ms. McCormick.
And so the next piece that we also want you to know is that we have some targeted interventions, and that's our tier 2. That's our second level. Again, tier 1 is our overall school, our overall community, but we know some students need some extra support, and so we narrow it down in scope. And I'm going to introduce Ms. Chang to talk about that support.
I am Helen Chang, happy to be here, the assistant principal. So about our tier 2 interventions, we have these interventions are for an even smaller targeted group of students that just need a little bit extra support. So with our behavior, Josh kind of already talked about one of the things that we offer, which is our solution center that allows us to restore some negative behaviors, give us a chance to dig in a little bit and find out the root cause of some behaviors. It's been very successful this year. We've had a really good recidivism rate where we don't have students returning. They come and they do their time, their one time, and they've learned from it and they don't go back in. So it's been a really great situation. We're one of 2 middle schools in the district that has this, and it's been really beneficial and helpful in helping our students learn how to deal with some behavioral issues. So that's one of the things that we do regarding behavior. We also do individual check-in and check-out for students who need that extra support. So I meet with them daily or weekly. Some of our counselors take some of our needy students as well that need to have a little extra support and love from our staff members. So we do have that going on with the behavior. Academic wise, we just targeted over 200 students to participate in the online tutoring, the FEV tutoring that we've been offering. And we've really targeted our English learners, which is one of our goals this year is again, increasing our literacy rate. So we did offer that tutoring session to all of our ELs, our English learners, and got them scheduled every week for a tutoring session. We've also even targeted even smaller group of some of our 8th graders who are struggling academically, making sure that they're ready for high school because we want to make sure that they are academically prepared to move on to Indio High School. So we do have that going on with our academics. We even have small group mentoring where our Solution Center teachers have been pulling out some small groups of 8th grade students to give them even more mentoring as far as academics go and making sure that they're ready for high school. In terms of counseling, we have some small groups that happen. Again, they're very targeted for students who need that extra support. We have grief group, wellness group, an anxiety group, a girls group. And then just recently, we are going to be starting a partnership with NAMI. They've adopted us, and that is very geared towards mental health and social emotional learning. So we're really excited to start that with them very soon. With our tier 2 supports here regarding reading and literacy, you'll see that we are targeting students that are currently reading at the kinder and the 1st grade level. And we've had a great opportunity this year. We were able to hire 3 reading specialists that are targeting those students in helping with their phonics and phonemic awareness. And it's been really beneficial. We started with the 6th grade this year. At the beginning of the year, we just added the 7th and 8th graders, and it's about a group of 30 to 40 students that we've really been targeting. So it's been really good. We've seen a lot of improvement. As you can see, 55% of our students have improved by 1 full grade level, 15% improved by 2 or more. So what we're doing is working. We're hoping to continue that with that reading intervention. And it's very targeted, very small group. It's what we've been needing for a long time now. So we're happy to see positive results for that.
All right, so now we come to the end of our presentation. And again, I want to thank Joshua and I want to thank Helen, and I'm going to return it to Joshua to talk about the educational partnership. We welcome you to come to Thomas Jefferson anytime. We have some great, exciting things that are happening. We just completed a mural. Our mural faces the Jackson Street, And it was done by Michelangelo, who was a former student and also did the new mural that is in Coachella of Doris Huerta. So we're excited to see things happening in the morning. Any morning you can come and see our kids come through the gate, and we have music playing, and during lunchtime we have all kinds of activities. We have a great partnership with the Boys and Girls Club. Next door, they do our after school program, and then they also come over during lunchtime to do activities with our students. So we're grateful for that partnership. And of course, we're grateful for the city's partnership. We do have mutual use of the field, so we're grateful for that, and the lights that go on in the evening when our students want to participate and play and play soccer or baseball or anything. So again, Joshua, why don't you go ahead and talk to them a little bit about the partnerships?
Thank you so much, Ms. McCormick. So as she mentioned, tonight, we really want to try and build this bridge between us and the city of Indio in a greater capacity, where we're reaching out to vendors in the city of Indio, or we're reaching out for yourselves as a city council, where we can find some type of ways that we can support one another, and as a city continue to drive this message home that students belong on campus. They belong in school. They belong on campus every day, unless of course there's a medical emergency or an illness or things like that would not be a good reason to go. But we encourage every student to be there and to be on class on time. And we also encourage student safety, right? When they're on campus, we want the safety for our students. We want them to enjoy a positive and respectful environment throughout the day for our teachers and for our staff, our staff and our students. And this is the message we're driving home, and we're going to continue to drive. And we're very grateful. We've seen some very, very great work done this year among our students. They have been doing a fantastic job. And like Ms. Chang was mentioning, we're seeing a lot less of the behavioral, recurring behavioral concerns that we may have seen in the past. And so I'll leave the city council with this tonight, and any support we could work with, or any support the community might be able to provide to incentivize the things that we're doing, to reward students for doing these things, for our 40-day challenge, for our fun day, to reward students that are just bursting at the seams with positive academic growth, is greatly appreciated. We've had In-N-Out sponsor us with gift cards. We've had, oh my goodness, Ms. Cheng, you're gonna have to help me with the name for the
Mangoes.
Thank you.
Also Carl's Jr. Yeah.
Mangoes and Carl's Jr. have been, they've been so supportive of us. And one of the next phases that I really want to do is try to see where our students are shopping, try to see where they're going for their haircuts or going for their afternoons, hangouts or whatever, to see what businesses are being most visited by our students and our families, because those are the places we want to really tap into, right? We want to build relationships with those cities. So anything that that the city might be able to help us with, gift cards, certificates, services, prizes, any monetary donations are greatly. We just received a wonderful grant from the TA. All of this can be used as an incentive to continue motivating and rewarding our students for their hard work and growth. And with that, I will leave it back to Ms. McCormick.
And so the final shout out I would like to do, just because it's been a part of the community, is I just really want to thank the Indio Police Department. This past Christmas, 2 of our students were honored by that community. And it was, if you could see the students, it was just so uplifting. And it wasn't just our students at Jefferson, it was the total community. It was Indio Middle, it was John Glenn. So we had students from all over the city, and that is what it's all about. When the community embraces and takes us together, right? Together we'll do this. So again, I want to thank Helen and Joshua, and here's our email addresses. Please reach out to us. We are grateful for the support that the city has always provided Jefferson, a long-going standing tradition, and we want to continue that partnership.
Great. Thank you, Principal McCormick, Assistant Principal Chang, and Mr. Alvarez for this presentation. I'd like to ask the council and the community to bear with us. We have a couple of items that we have to do at a certain time, but we do have a couple of minutes. So what I would do is ask the council if you have any words or comments for the staff and the principal at Jefferson Middle School.
Just real quick, I think that's a tremendous effort you're doing, and the benefit to the future of these kids is enormous. I'm just wondering, what about our grant program? Do you guys access the grant or apply for a grant in the city of Indio, which comes out, I think, what, every August, September? They do?
We know that other schools have done it, so we are going to implement that this year. That's one of our goals, is to reach out for the grants.
Good.
And that is one on our list.
Great.
Our deputy city manager is listening, so. Mayor Pro Tem.
Oh, we'll be coming.
Great to see you again, Ms. McCormick, and great to meet Mr. Alvarez and Ms. Chang. Sounds like you guys are doing a great job there. I know with COVID and inflation and everything going on, a lot of families are feeling a lot of strain. So seeing you guys put that extra effort, put those family times and family values into your school really means a lot to us here. And also seeing the improvements that you're seeing in behaviors and in academics, shows how this is paying off. So really appreciate that. And also, the targeted interventions, small group counseling, we know how big of an impact that's going to have on our students going forward and how much it's going to help them as they move on into high school. So just great work, and whatever we can do to help. Also, when graduation time comes, if you want us to come speak to some of the graduating 8th graders or something, definitely let us know. We're definitely open to that as well.
Oh, we'll be calling you, Mr. Ortiz, because you're the reason why. Look at where you're at.
No, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, definitely would be happy to join you there.
Yep.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Very thinking outside the box. It's very good to see that you're helping with the students and the reading and that. And please let us know how we can support you in any other ways. Councilmember Ortiz or Mayor Pro Tem Ortiz, is true. Anything we can do to come and speak to the youth and that. And then also at the same time, thank you for getting the children back into the schools. I think it's very important, that interaction, to have the students in school themselves in a safe environment, and then interacting with one another means a big difference when you have that opportunity to meet with your peers and also at the same time get that inner guidance. So I do appreciate that.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Hamid, do you have any comments or questions?
No, I don't have any questions. I just want to thank them for the presentation. It's good to see you, Principal McCormick. That's new since last I talked to you, but it was pre-pandemic. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, and I will close it out just by finishing out with another thank you, Principal, and your staff for what you do, especially in these times. At different times, you had to maneuver and pivot to get our kids their education, get them their food and nourishment. And, we can't say enough about our educators, our coaches, our youth pastors, and folks who take care of our youth. So hats off to you. If there's anything we could do, please contact the city. We all have partners. Our city has partners, and we would love to come down and work and talk to the kids as well. So thank you for what you do, and we will see you soon.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the time now is 6 o'clock, and we're gonna have to maneuver with our agenda. So we're gonna skip over a couple items and come back to them, because our public hearing item for the map redistricting has to start at 6 p.m. So what I will do is I will go to item number 11, which is public hearing items. And our first item is 11.1, and it's the third public hearing to receive input from the community regarding the redrawing of district boundaries and presentation of draft district maps. Public hearing has to start promptly at 6 p.m. Floor is yours, sir.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. My name is Jeff Simonetti. I'm with the National Demographics Corporation. And again, we appreciate the opportunity to speak this evening.
No, go ahead.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make one announcement. We were requested to have a live. So Sabdi, can you have our live translator maybe stand up and let her know where she's at, so that if folks need headphones.
Si tenemos alguien que habla español, si necesitan traducción en español de la Junta, tenemos a María atrás, que trae la máscara con los pantalones blancos. Ella le puede dar
Headphones.
para que escuchen la Junta en español.
had a problem with the equipment. I have the transmitter with the microphone and the receiver with power, and they all ended up, but I can't get a connection. I have one of the officers help me. So if I can bring that person back here, I'll translate as they happen.
Okay.
Is he here already?
¿Tenemos alguien que necesita traducción en español? El señor de amarillo. ¿Alguien más?
Okay, so she should be set up, and then we'll go ahead and begin. Thank you, Jeff, for your patience.
Not a problem. All set?
I think so.
Perfect. All right. Well, again, good evening, Mayor and members of the council. My name is Jeff Simonetti with the National Demographics Corporation. As always, we appreciate the opportunity to speak with you this evening. And tonight is our third public hearing, particularly talking about the first review of potential draft maps. So tonight we're going to talk about, quickly go through a quick overview of the project timelines and next steps, and then we'll be reviewing the draft maps this evening. It's the main focus of tonight's discussion. As you will recall, for the last times that we've spoken, there is a specific process because of California.
Jeff, do you
Yes.
mind just going a little bit slower for the translator? So
Sure.
Thank you.
For California Assembly Bill 849, there is a specific set of hearings that we have to go through. There are 4 total public hearings that we have to go through. And we had 2 initial pre-draft map hearings, which were prior to the release of the draft maps on November 3rd and December 1st. And then we have to have 2 more draft map hearings, one this evening and one is scheduled for February 2nd, to discuss and revise the draft maps and also to discuss the election sequence. And when we talk about the election sequence, that is which districts will be up in 2022 and which districts will be up in 2024. The maps also have to be approved by ordinance. So we will have 2 different steps. So there'll be a first reading of the ordinance and a second reading of the ordinance. And we're planning on having the map adoption hearing on March 2nd. The process must be complete by no later than 8th, and that is the deadline for us to submit the map to the Riverside County Registrar of Voters in enough time to be able to be processed for the 2022 elections. This is an important slide because it governs how we look at maps and whether they are valid, and these really govern the main process of the redistricting process. On the left-hand side, we have the federal laws, and particularly pertaining to the Federal Voting Rights Act. And this has 2 main key components. First, districts have to have generally equal population, and there can be no racial gerrymandering. And when we say generally equal population, that means that there can be a no greater than 10% deviation between the largest district and the smallest district as a percentage. In the blue box in the middle, we have what's called the California Criteria for cities, which is specifically focused on Assembly Bill 849. This is a set of rank ordered criteria for how the districting process takes place. And there are 4 main components here. First, the districts have to be geographically contiguous. We talked about neighborhoods and communities of interest, and where practicable, we want to keep those together. The districts have to have easily identifiable boundaries, and they also have to be compact, meaning that they do not bypass one group of people to get to a more distant group of people. And finally, what we've talked about again, we can potentially look at things such as if we have areas that will have potential future population growth, as well as minimizing voters that are shifted to different election years. So why do we have to go through the redistricting process? This chart shows. So this shows the existing districts as drawn currently, but with the 2020 census data put into them. And as you can see here on the third row from the top, you'll see the deviation. And again, we mentioned that this has to be, we have to have under a 10% deviation. The deviation is slightly above that 10% threshold with the districts as is. So it's necessitating us to go through that process. Here for reference, again, is where our existing council districts are. And one of the important slides as well is looking at citizen voting age population, and particularly protected class citizen voting age population. In this instance, we're showing where the Latino citizen voting age population is. And when we refer to citizen voting age population, that means any citizen who is over 18 years of age. It's not required that they're registered to vote. It's just anyone who is a citizen who is eligible to vote. And this again is showing you where your Latino citizen voting age population is. And you'll see in each one of the maps that we put together a spreadsheet as well with the specific demographics for each one of those maps associated with it. So this evening, we received 9 total draft maps for consideration. And there were 3 of them, plans 102, 103, and 107, that were submitted that were not population balanced. And 2 plans were submitted through the online mapping tool, which were plans 106 and 109, and those were both population balanced. So for the remainder of tonight's hearing, we're going to review the remaining dates for the hearings, and then we'll get into the overview of the draft maps. So for the remaining hearings, again, tonight we have January 19th is our 3rd hearing. And we are scheduled to have the 4th hearing on February 2nd, which will be potentially the introduction of the ordinance. And then, as I mentioned, because this is an ordinance, it has to have 2 readings for this. So February 2nd will be the 4th hearing. March 2nd will be the ordinance adoption. And this has to be completed by no later than April 17th to be able to be ready for the November 22 elections. So that completes my presentation. I'll stop here and ask if there are any particular questions pertaining to the presentation, and then we can go into the draft maps.
I think we just keep going. Yeah, we'll just keep moving and then we'll go into public comment after that.
Okay, can we pull up the draft maps? Thank you. All right. So for this evening's hearing, we've put together a review map for, and does this mouse work? Here we go. 1 second. Okay. So for each one of the maps, we have put together what we call an interactive review map here, so that we can go through and see each one of the maps individually. So what I thought I could do is give just an overview of each one of the maps that were put together. And then we can maybe ask for questions and then go into specific details on each one of these. So Plan 101 was just taking a look at what are some of the ways that we could make minimal changes to the map and get to population balance. So if you recall with the existing districts, District 1 and 2 were slightly overpopulated, and District 4 was underpopulated. So here we took District 4 and added the southwesternmost portion of District 1, former District 1, and I'll zoom in. It's this particular area, south of Miles and the Indian Springs Golf Club area. We added that into District 4. And then we added a small area of District 3, excuse me, District 2, this area just west of Golf Center Parkway into District 3 to help with the population balance. Districts 1, or excuse me, plans 102 and 103 were not population balanced as submitted, but I thought it was important to add those into public record because they gave some good ideas on potentially how to redraw the maps. So if you'll see here, particularly in both plans 102 and 103, the areas that they wanted to add into District 4 to help with the population balance was the area here up against the wash. So all this area in here. The challenge with the way that both 102 and 103 were drawn is that there is a significant amount of population in this area. So if you put all of this area into District 4, as you can see with both plans 102, 103, and 107, they are substantially out of population balance. But what we did was try to take some of the ideas there from these maps and put them into some of the other maps to make sure that they are population balanced. So for Plan 104, here, District 4, which is the purple district, pushes slightly further to the, again, captures the Indian Springs Country Club, and then pushes slightly further to the east to capture some of this area as well. And then District 5 adds the area here, oops. Dr. Carrion Boulevard, and this area is added into District 5. The other change that we made as well is the areas to the west of Golf Center Parkway to balance out the population. This area here was added into District 3 from District 2. For Plan 105, again, this pushes District 4 slightly south and captures the area in Indio High School, around Indio High School, adding that into District 4. And then the substantial change here is District 5 now adds the area here between Jefferson and Madison into District 5 from District 4. And then to balance out the population between Districts 2 and 3, again, it added the area to the west of Golf Center Parkway. Plan 106 was a map that was submitted through the online mapping tool, and this was called Proposed Indio Map 2. The substantial difference that it has here is that it adds in a part of District 1 that was in District 2 right now. So along the 10 freeway corridor here, so between Avenue 44, generally between Avenue 44 and Jackson, is added into District 1. And then there are some small areas of District 3 now west of Monroe Street that get added into into District 3 from District 4. This also map also does the same as the prior map, where it adds the southwestern portion again up against Highway 111 into District 5 from District 4. 107 was another one of the maps that was not population balanced. And again, it looked to add a lot of the areas here, again, up against the wash into District 4. But again, like the other maps that were not population balanced, this area has significant amounts of population and would not population balance by adding that whole area in. Plan 108 takes some of that. So what we tried to do here was add some of the population area that is in that wash area to balance out District 4, to take that from District 1. And then as the prior maps did, again, adds this area in the northwestern portion of District 5 from District 4. And then the final map this evening is Plan 109. And just one note, the original PDF, and we fixed this, but the original PDF that was put into the packet, when this was drawn in the online mapping tool, and when we transitioned it over from the online mapping tool to our software to put into our review map, it changed around the district numbers, but we sent out a revision, so the district numbers align now with the map that was submitted through the Dave's app. This is the Indio Citizens United map. And so the changes that they make here is that there's a northern, so District 1 essentially takes a northern district and adds much of the areas north of the 10 freeway into one district. And then also moves some of District 3 down into the areas where 2 and 4 were. So particularly this area here where we had talked about earlier, it takes some population from Districts 4 and 2 and adds that in. And then adds, again, some areas that were in District 3 into District 5. So those are the maps that we have received and processed for consideration. And so I think it would probably make sense now if there are either particular questions and also to open up the public hearing for comment associated with the matters.
Do we have any questions from council? No? Or pro tem? No? Okay, it's a public hearing item and I will open a public hearing and we do have some requests to speak. So I would ask folks to please remain at your 3 minutes that you're allowed to speak so we could get everyone in a timely manner. So public hearing is now open. I do have some folks in attendance and I will start with Ms. Vanessa Becerra.
Hello, everyone. Hi, Mayor Furman and City Council. I'm Vanessa. I'm Vanessa, and I am a resident of Indio. I live down the street from Miles Park. So I'm looking at my community of interest, which is within that area. I like to bike. I like to walk around. I like to skate around because the city of Indio does not have a skate park yet. Hopefully they will soon. So I would really like to see my community stay connected in that to be able to have access without a car, right? Because I don't have a car. The one map that I did see and the one map that I actually participated with the community with was map 109, which is actually Indio Residents United map. So I really urge the city of Indio to consider that as our redistricting map, because that not only keeps the communities together, it keeps communities connected to economic opportunities, and it also keeps folks who really see each other within our communities as our neighbors. So thank you all.
Right. Thank you, Ms. Becerra. Move on to Adriana Rivera.
Hello, good evening. My name is Adriana. I've lived in Indio my entire life and came back into 2013. And by came back, I mean after university. Ever since then, I've been working in physical therapy. My current office is in Town and Country South, so off of Dr. Carrion Boulevard, currently District 5. I believe from what I've seen there, I would, the hospital should stay in the same district as the Empire Polo Field. I believe those are both major entities that, we're going to depend on in the future as it stands now and, in the foreseen future. So I would like to keep that community as one. And also I grew up off of Oasis and Dr. Carrion, between Oasis and Jackson Street. And at that time, my best friend lived north Jackson. So I would take like the 10-15-minute drive all the way down Jackson into, at that time, it was just desert and coyotes ruled the area, still do sort of, but so to me, kind of previous maps, and this is the way my interpretation, I was not there. But the way I see it, previous maps were sort of developed with certain points in mind and then community like sprinkled into the different districts. And I just, I am here to support draft plan 109 because I see it that we are keeping communities first, kind of focused on central Indio, my Sun Gold community. I'm wearing my Tamale Festival shirt. I thought Gobi did a great presentation earlier too. And he kind of said it best of like trying to do things different. I really appreciated that. My point in that is that I rode my bike from my home to the Tamale Festival, easy access to downtown. I think that is another community that should stay together. Off of King Street, I know people, parking was all the way out there during the Tamale Festival. So that, if you're hesitant about this map, I understand it's changed, but I'm encouraging you to look down the line where we could have IT jobs here in Indio, more healthcare jobs here in Indio, because everything you need is in Indio. We're not here to divide and create borders. We're here to bring people together because Indio is the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rita. We do have one more public comment to speak who is present, Mr. Jonathan Becerra.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. I'm here to support draft plan 109. And Kari, give a little background. First, I want to start off saying, I don't think anyone can suggest that we're going to convince anyone on this map today, but I really want to start encouraging guys that as you go forward with this, take a look at the numbers. A lot of community input was done with this map. A lot of good political science was done, researching the numbers, going beyond just the population balance, but looking at communities of interest. Like the previous speaker said, what are the paths people are already taking to connect to their economic centers? Are those economic centers evenly divided amongst the different districts? Can people, while they're canvassing, while they're organizing, while they're planning for elections, tap into things equally? So I personally feel that the work within this map is to put the residents first, but also keep neighbors together, keep people who think as each other as partners in their community, continue to work together, keep communities and communications of interest streamlined and within people who are already using them. So with that, Indio Residents United Map was a grassroots effort. It was partnered with CNC, and we've done a lot of work with them, and they've engaged the community, a lot of phone calls. I'm sure they have more to say through Zoom if they're present, but I was very impressed with the way they really just sat down and listened with all kinds of people, took the time to explain all these complicated methods, and the map they produced is what you see here. The two things I really want to highlight is the way it keeps kind of like neighborhoods together. I think if some of the people who were present on the last workshop, a lot of the community put forth that, why aren't these, communities up in the northern part who are already talking to each other, who already have communication networks and, estate sales and good, socials together. Why aren't they more together? Why isn't Central Indio so split amongst the 5 districts? So taking those parts into consideration, I think you see a more streamlined focus of communication, community travel, economic support and synergy amongst these different districts. So But I can only say that I really, again, encourage everyone, including staff, to just look at the statistics, see how this supports voters, residents, future economic development, future of India. So, because I believe myself, and I think anyone who's worked with me, I love this city. And I have only worked to want the best for it. So take that for what it is. And I really, really urge you, just consider it, really consider. And like she said, changes can be good. And even though it's scary at first, talking in public is scary, but I still do it. But I really appreciate you guys' time and energy and staff's energy and accommodating the community in it. So thank you guys.
All right. Thank you for your comments, Mr. Becerra. Do we have someone online?
Yes, Mayor, we have a few members. I would like to call on Annalisa Vargas. Annalisa, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Furman and members of the council. My name is Annalisa Vargas, and I'm an active resident in the city of Indio. And I live in the Desert Trace community near Jackson Street and Avenue 42. And I would just like to discuss a little bit of the redistricting process and how there's important state and federal laws to ensure that this process is followed in the best way using our ranked redistricting criteria that the city council is required to abide by when drawing and selecting its draft map recommendations for the city council to consider. And so I'm just going to go down a few of those. So number 1 is the final map must have districts that are substantially equal in population, as you already know. Secondly, the map must comply with Section 2 of the Federal Voting Rights Act, also known as VRA. The city must follow also a required redistricting criteria laid out in the Fair and Inclusive Redistricting for Municipalities and Political Subdivisions, also known as the Fair Maps Act, in this order of priority. So it's first is contiguity, then it's keeping neighborhoods and communities of interest within the city whole, following also natural and artificial boundaries and compactness. And so also just want to remind the city may not adopt a map that favors or discriminates against a political party and cannot consider relationships with political parties, incumbents, or political candidates when assessing communities of interest. So just want to also urge the council to, really take a look at draft plan 109 that really took a lot of time and effort and thinking about the communities, keeping our communities of interest whole and honoring them, making sure that they are have enough resources, their economic centers, and there are some new district boundaries. But again, it's all in compliance, and some have been moved. For example, District 1 and 2 have been moved to Avenue 41 and continue southeast along Avenue 42, 43, and 44 to balance each district's population. And the main district between District 1 and 2 will be Monroe Street. And so, because a lot of what we noticed when we were looking at this is there's some, currently some of the boundaries really are splitting up communities of interest. And there's a couple examples like off of Clinton Street and Shadow Avenue, where there's a actually Jose, who's in the audience. His community.
Wrap it up. You have 3 minutes are up.
Okay, I just wanted to just specify that. Just I guess I have too much to say, but in other words, we just don't want to split our communities of interest as they are part of the ranked redistricting criteria right after the VRA. Thank you so much for your time.
All right, thank you for being a great assistance in this process. We'll move on to the next speaker.
Christian Rodriguez, followed by Karen Borja.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Great. Good evening, Mayor Furman and members of the council. My name is Christian Rodriguez Ceja, and I'm an active resident of the city of Indio. I'm a member of the community group Indio Organizing Power, and I've lived in Indio for a big portion of my life. I urge you to adopt map draft 109, also known as the Indio Residents United map. And I just wanted to share a little bit of what was said earlier about the thought that went into this process. A lot of community outreach went into this, and several community members were brought into the designing of this map, and decisions that were made for this map were taking a lot of numbers into consideration. The first thing that I would like for you to consider is that this map is the only map that was in your package that has a district with a 6% Black CVAP. So this is the only map that does this, that unites the Black vote in such a way. And another district has a 4%. All the other maps I was reviewing, and it really splits up that particular community. Another thing that I would like to consider is that this map took into consideration communities that were housing burden based on the Callan-Biro screen. There are a lot of different of the communities, and particularly the census tracts that I'm going to highlight right now are the ones that I would like for you to consider. Census tract 60650453303 and census tract 606504552. Those two particular census tracts have been split in the past with the previous map. This map takes into consideration that these communities are communities that are being affected severely by housing burden, and particularly with bad air pollution. This particular map and this redistribution gives power to these disenfranchised communities that have not been able to really exercise their power by being able to elect someone that is from within this community and that is going to have housing and environmental priorities at the forefront of all of the decision-making process. I want to end by saying that once again, this process invited a lot of community members, and we've done outreach, and we will continue to do outreach in the following month to get community buy-in and to make sure that this map really is representing what research and all of the thought that went into it. I want to say thank you for your time and thank you for listening to us.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Saya. We go to the next speaker, please.
Karen Borja, you have 3 minutes.
Hello, Council and Indio residents. My name is Karen Borja. I'm a resident of the Sungold community along Miles Avenue. I'm calling in support of Draft Map 109. The importance of this map is that it creates 4 Voting Rights Act. It's the only map with a district with 6% of Indio's Black population being kept together. It is contiguous of the communities in the different districts that were created, and it also creates compact districts. Draft Map 109 aligns with the City General Plan, with the Downtown Specific Plan, and with the recently approved housing element, as well as the Bermuda Dunes Airport Plan, the Callan-Biro Screen 4.0 that was recently released, and Proposition 68 that funds parks. For me personally, Draft Map 109 keeps the centers I frequent together. I'm a part of a cycling club called the Valley Kittens. We ride on Wednesdays from the swap meet. So to meet up with the club, I ride down Miles Avenue, I turn on Oasis, and on nights when I don't ride with the club, I travel to the swap meet using my car along these corridors. So for me, it really makes sense to keep Miles Avenue, the downtown, all the way down Monroe, as proposed by 109. I have been looking at maps and working on redistricting for the last 2 years, and before that, doing some census work. So I'm here to share with you that it's important that you understand the maps the higher demographer shared with you are not sound for your consideration. This is because after 3 public hearings, none of the maps NDC has shown you tonight differ from what we had in 2016 with 10,000 less residents in the city of Indio. I attended a previous hearing and none of the public comments given are reflected in the consultant's draft maps. Again, the only map that really takes into consideration laws behind redistricting, respects what Indio residents know are their communities of interest, and accounts for the population growth is draft map 109. And that's what I would like you to consider for the future of Indio. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Borja.
Next, we'll have Mitzi Esquivel, followed by Maribel Nunez.
Hello.
Mitzi, you have 3 minutes.
All right, thank you. Hi, I'd like to keep this short. Hello, my name is Mitzi Esquivel from District 4, and I'm here to support the draft 109. I will, again, like I said, I'll keep this short. Considering that this map is supported by residents in our community, I hope that you also support it and adopt it. I would like to emphasize that this would be the best decision for our town. Our disenfranchised communities just need the support from all our council members, and I really do hope you take this into consideration. I have to go in a bit, but thank you again. Thank you to all the council members. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Maribel, you have 3 minutes.
Hello, can you all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello. Thank you, Mayor, and the rest of the Indio City Council. My name is Maribel Nunez with Inland Equity Partnership and Coachella Valley Immigrant Dignity. I wanted to reiterate a lot of the residents from the Indio Residents United and support the draft map 109. I did send out an email to the city clerk and some of the city council members of our support. I think it falls in line with the redistricting criteria, number 1 being the Voting Rights Act and the equal population. It aligns perfectly with the citizen voting age population, with the Voting Rights Act, the communities of interest within the neighborhoods. And like I said, it had a lot of input from the residents. And so please, we ask that you support draft map 109. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I have no further comments, Mayor.
We have no further comments. We have no further requests to speak. So what I would do now is close the public hearing and open it up to our council for comments and questions.
Mayor, if
Yes.
I may, just one person raised her hand now.
Absolutely. So I will reopen the public hearing and it will take one more comment.
Sandra, you have 3 minutes.
Buenas noches, alcalde y miembros del consejo. Mi nombre es Sandra, soy residente de la ciudad de Indio.
Want to come up here?
Can you tell her just to give a couple of lines so you could translate and she could continue, and we'll give
Simultaneously.
additional time if you need to
Okay, that's
finish.
fine. Señora.
Sí.
Estoy diciéndole al consejo, voy a pedir el favor de que me dé lo que va a decir por segmentos.
Ok. Buenas noches, alcalde y miembros del consejo. Mi nombre es Sandra.
My name is Sandra, and good night to everybody at the council meeting.
Soy residente de la ciudad de Indio y he vivido aquí durante 8 años.
I'm a resident of Indio, have lived here for 8 years.
Vivo en el distrito 5 entre 111 y Monroe.
I live between 111 and Monroe.
Como madre de familia estoy aquí apoyando el proyecto del Plan 109.
And as a mother and head of the family, I am supporting the 109.
Por las familias de Indio.
And for the Indio families.
Como han visto los mapas que ha presentado la ciudad de Indio.
And as you can see, the maps the city of Indio has presented us
No demuestra una representación equitativa.
do not show an equitable representation.
Es por eso que les insisto que adopten el proyecto de Plan 109.
That is the reason for what I ask that you for the Plan 109.
Conocido como el mapa de residentes de Indio Unidos, ya que empodera a la comunidad negra.
The map of United Citizens of India, where there is an Afro-American community.
Con 6.3% CPAC en Distrito 4.
with 6.4 on District 4.
3.88% feedback en el distrito 5.
¿Dónde? ¿El 3% dónde?
3.85% feedback en el distrito 5.
And 3.85% on District 5.
Este mapa cumple totalmente con la ley de derechos electorales.
This map is completely fair according to the electoral maps.
Incluye 4 distritos BRA con más del 50% CIVA platino.
And includes, ¿me repite por favor?
4 distritos PRA.
Oh, and it includes 4 PRA or PRI districts.
Con más del 50 CIVA platino.
With more than 50% Latino population.
Gracias por su tiempo.
Thanks for your time.
Great. Thank you, Taylor. We appreciate our comments.
I have another one, Edith. Edith, you have 3 minutes. Señora Edith.
Hi, are you able to hear me well?
Yes, we are.
Good evening, Mayor Wayman and City Council members. I'm just going to keep this short, and based on the presentations that were provided tonight on the different map, I'd like to urge you to take into consideration map 109. And based on what I'm hearing from everybody else, I believe that this is the best decision for the city of Indio. And I'd like to thank you all for your time and really consider map 109. Thank you.
And I see no other hands raised.
All right, that concludes our public comment portion. I will now close the public hearing and open it up to council. If council has questions or deliberations. Councilmember Holmes.
Lots to think about. Looking at draft plan 109, that's a lot of thought was put into this. So it's interesting because when I went through the process before, I think we were very conscious of splitting off the North Indio from the South and making sure that everybody was integrated. And draft plan 109 certainly has its merits. I'm absorbing, there's a lot of information here to consider. I applaud everyone that put that together. Clearly a lot of thought. When I look at some of the other, and I'm looking forward to hearing from the rest of my fellow council members, there seems to be a little bit of imbalance as well, whether it's 108 or 101. So I'm looking at, how we might be able to create more of a balance. 109 is intriguing. That's, really just kind of some of my thoughts at the moment. A lot of work is going into this.
Thank you, council member. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I think we definitely need to keep that one into consideration, plan 109 into consideration, considering the fact that, all these community members put so much work into it. And I know there was real professional work that went behind it and, political studies and just the numbers. We got to go by the numbers. So I think one of my questions to our consultant is, do you feel that this brings us closer to the requirements from the redistricting requirements from the federal government and the state? Another question I had was with plan 105 and 108, what is the real difference between those? Look very similar to me. So I just wanted to see what is the difference between those two.
So,
no.
We get to press the button up there.
there we go. Okay, so the difference, and if we could can we pull up the?
Oh, sorry.
Can we pull back up that?
Sorry, 106 and 108.
106 and 108.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes. So the major difference between 106 and 108. So let me pull up 106 first. Is this area here? So in 106, as you'll see here, to balance out some of the population, 106 adds this area generally bounded by the 10 freeway, Monroe, Avenue 44, and Jackson into, that would be District 1. And in Plan 108, that is all part of, that area is all part of District 2.
Gotcha.
And then just to balance those out, this captures slightly, District 2 captures slightly more areas here in this area to balance out the population. That's the major difference between those two.
Cool. And then, what is your opinion on Plan 109 in terms of reaching the goals of the state and federal requirements?
So Plan 109, I can't offer an opinion on, that's the purview of the council and the public, but in terms of the requirements of the Voting Rights Act, it is compliant with the Voting Rights Act, yes.
And are all of these compliant with the Voting Rights Act?
Yes.
Okay.
Excuse me, with the exception of the ones that we noted that are not population balanced, yes, they are.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Earl.
Thank you. I appreciate the input from everyone. A little bit of everything went into the planning of all this when we first did it. We were trying to keep not only community areas of interest, but also make sure that we didn't separate everything north and south because of the newer parts of the community and the older parts of the community. So that each council member would have both sections of it to be able to integrate in so that we could communicate more and have more of a balanced interest of what everything went on. 109 kind of splits it up. I think we did a good job originally putting this all together. I think the less opportunity to change things so people get to vote more often than less often, because the way it's set up, some people will not be able to vote, for 6 years if they didn't get to vote for some of it. The map 108, 101 allows a less change so that those people got their voice voted on instead of having to wait some of them 4 to 6 years to be able to vote on a section. So I like the planning between what we already did and some simple changes. But I'm appreciative of 109 and them putting the effort into putting that together. More than happy to look at it.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Amit, do you have any comments?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, for allowing me time to comment. My biggest opposition to the initial round of drawing the district maps when we first did this a few years ago was that communities of interest were being separated. And I hope that in the future that we keep that first and foremost. I have no way of evaluating these maps because there's no comparison to the proposed demographics from where we are now. So I mean, it's just a bunch of pictures. But second to making sure communities of interest are kept together, the main focus of our conversation the last time, and I hope it is still again this time, is to maintain natural boundaries. As it is, the districts are very difficult to explain, even to the representatives. And I'd like for us to try to easily create districts that we can articulate to the constituency. If you're north of I-10 and east of Jackson, then you're in this district. If you're south of 111 and north and west of Monroe, you're in this district. I-10 and 111 are the major dividers of our city because that's the way our city grew. Everything between I-10 and Highway 111 is original Indio, the center being, of course, Jackson, and then we sprawled out toward Jefferson. And then as the annexations came on, they went south and northwest. So it's important to take into consideration the way our city grew because those are the communities of interest from the core to the north to the south. And being able to articulate to constituents what their district boundaries is very important to them. Right now it's gerrymandered and I see a lot of gerrymandering in a lot of these maps that are being proposed. And I don't support gerrymandering. I want to maintain natural boundaries, be it a canal, be it a street, a major arterial, not some little street that divides two parts of a community. So moving forward, those are the focus items that I'll be looking at. Number one, I want to see comparison to the maps that do meet the balanced population compared to the demographics of what we currently have. Number two, I want to keep communities of interest together. And number three, I want to maintain natural boundaries for ease of articulation on where the district boundaries are. And I think that's very important. It may not be included in any of the federal or state laws, but it is important to the constituency for them to understand what district they're in. And right now, it's really hard to articulate. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And I will conclude with, first of all, thank you for the work that's been, I believe this is our third hearing, correct? And thank you to our city staff. We had a weekend workshop as well, and I appreciate that effort, knowing that there's folks who can't attend these meetings in the evening or on the weekdays. So we were able to do that also online. And that's something that I know that's a concern with some of our constituency. And I also want to thank the staff for your efforts on the translation portion of it, being that 60% of our community is Spanish speaking or Latino. So I do appreciate that. And of course, it's a work in progress. Nothing's perfect with technology and the Zoom world, but we're getting there. And I did look at the maps, and I appreciate the effort that went into map 109 and all the maps, that these are draft maps that we are, able to look at. But I want to really convey to our public that these maps are generally for voting and representation purposes. So as you move forward, really make the effort to strengthen that relationship with your individual council member or those folks in the future that may possibly be running, because that is kind of generally why we do districting. As a council and as a mayor, we represent the whole city. I'm in District 2, which is north of the freeway and a portion of Old North Indio. But last night, I was over by Winchell's working with some of our homeless folks. 2 weeks ago, I was down to Carry-On Park working with some of our homeless folks. And 3 weeks ago, I was over in front of Martha's Village and Kitchen at night, where folks are burning fires to stay warm, working with some of those folks. So we make our rounds in this community. So we represent this community as a whole. With that being said, I want folks to keep that in mind. I won't give any comments on where I feel right now with the maps. I will submit a map, but I want folks to really take that into consideration when you start breaking up certain communities, as far as really deviating from what we already have, because what you have to take into consideration is the folks who have voted these last previous rounds, they voted for some of the folks that's sitting up here now. So when we deviate so much from what we already have, you're kind of taking some of the votes from some of your neighbors. So I'm okay with change. I believe change is good. It's not easy sometimes, but take those things into consideration when we're drawing these maps. I thank you, the community, for the participation. Our Deputy City Manager, Scott Trujillo, said at the workshop, if you're not tech savvy and you don't have the ability to go on the website to make a map or understand how this process works, feel free to come to City Hall, grab a map and draw it on paper, and our staff will look at it. And we really want you to be that involved, because this is very, very important, not for us, but for the community. So I want to thank the community, thank our consultants and city staff. And actually, before I conclude, we're talking about boundaries, right, with these districts. By no way boundaries precludes certain districts from having better county services, better city services, public safety services. We serve our community as a whole. So I want you guys all to understand that. And this is for representation and voting purposes, and especially now. Touch bases with your council member, touch bases with your community service representative, touch bases with all those folks. And that's how we work. There's power in numbers. So when we're all connected, we can get a lot of things done. So we have, I believe, I don't know how many more hearings we have, but is it 2? Okay, we'll get to you. I think we still have a couple more hearings. We have one more hearing left. So we urge the community to really be involved in this next hearing. And in the meantime, submit more maps. I'd like to see more maps. And I'll turn it over to the Mayor Pro Tem. He has one more comment.
I think the other thing to consider here is I do see in map 109 the reflection of housing burden neighborhoods and their representation in different districts. Because right now, I know I have a lot of concentration in my district. You know, when we knocked doors, there were so many families that were housing burdened. And right now, all those people only have one representative, right? And so I think when we start splitting those up, depending on how those are split up, that might lead to less representation over time. That's one of the issues I see. The other one is air quality. And so when we overlay these with the air quality, it also gets into those areas where do the areas in the industrial areas get split up? Or, you know, do they have representation in one voting district or multiple voting districts? The other concern I had is when we're looking at at least in my district, District 4, when Ms. Ramos Amit was talking about the natural boundaries, I think a lot of these, when we see it there, we're adding on stuff that's over the wash or across from Highway 111. I think we currently have stuff that's over Highway 111. So I think I would rather have that be expanded in the more northern part of the district, where like Arabian Gardens, those type of areas, instead of over the wash or over 111. If we were to go to if we were to keep similar districts that we have now. And those are my comments. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So,
I just have one final comment.
Okay, Councilmember, go ahead.
Because you made this comment in the public, and I've heard it made public many, many, many times, and I don't want the demographer to get the wrong impression. Yes, it is true. The city of Indio has historically been over 60% Hispanic. There's no doubt about it. That does not translate into over 60% Spanish speaking. And I want to make that clear. Thank you.
Thank you. City Manager?
Yeah, just as a suggestion, having walked this road before, as some of you have back in 2017, 18, it might be very helpful, just as you conclude the item, Mayor expressed interest in looking at 109, perhaps 108, 101. If you can kind of guide us a little bit, there'll be other maps coming in, as you suggest, Mayor. We can research a couple of tweaks. But using the city attorney's term, we can't punt too long because there is this state deadline. So there's this balance between not wanting to be rushed, but also giving us a little more guidance so that we can fine tune things. I just did some based on Councilmember Amit's comments. I'm not sure we will population balance to hit all of the natural boundaries, but if that's something you want us to look at more closely with Jeff, we can do that. So maybe just one last, maybe 3 minutes of input to guide us. It could be selecting 3 maps to focus on, a couple of items as the Mayor Pro Tem just mentioned. We're taking notes and we'll listen and bring that back to you. So just a little more guidance and we can move ahead.
Okay, well, it's okay, Council.
I can start.
What's that?
I can start.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
I think it's easy to throw out the ones that are not balanced. So how many does that leave us?
That leaves with 6.
6.
There were 3
And
unbalanced.
okay, so I would say stick with the ones that are balanced, and only because 109 is too far of a deviation from what we have now, I would rule out 109. It could be a goal that we can work towards, but I don't think that strong of a shift in districts would be healthy moving forward. So I would rule out 109. So it would rule it down to what, 4?
5.
5, okay.
City manager, as we go through this process, what are you looking for? About 3 maps, 4? What?
4. Thank you. 4 or 5 would be helpful. And as you stated, Mayor, there might be another couple that trickle in. In fact, I might, on the comment just made, those that were proponents of 109, perhaps they can look at not such a dramatic shift that, as Council Member Miller indicated, disenfranchises some voters that just barely voted, that wouldn't be able to vote again for 6 years. So maybe our proponents of 109 can look at something that was not quite as dramatic of a shift, and then maybe 4 more, something like that, Mayor.
That sounds good. If you're, yeah, the mic's open. We're looking at maps. So
On 101, I think that one would look better if we were taking away. I see we're taking away from District 1 on the east, on the middle east part, like across the wash. I think it'd be better to take away from District 1 near Fred Warren and Clinton. I think that's more of, that area is more, those all go to the same schools. It's more of a contiguous neighborhood there. And then on District, I see we already have part of District, what could be part of District 5. So instead of having that area across 111, I think it'd be better to have the area next to the high school. I think that is also more contiguous with District 4 in that area. I think, and also I do see some of them that split up our downtown area from Monroe to the downtown. I don't think that's going to be a good split for those neighborhoods. I think those are pretty contiguous as well.
Okay.
And maybe if I could jump in, Mayor Pro Tem, south of Highway 111, that's currently in District 4.
Yeah.
Would that make sense in District 5 in your mind?
Yes.
Back to the comment of Highway 111 and boundaries.
Yeah, I think that would make more sense in District 5 if we were to replace that with the areas next to the high school.
Yeah, I agree with that.
That Clinton area you spoke to, that might balance that out.
Yeah.
That's a good suggestion.
My initial thought, as I look at Plan 105, I'm looking at 105 and 108 at the moment.
Plates, what is popular? Yeah.
I like some of the changes Councilman or Mayor Pro Tem Ortiz just made as well.
Yeah. Yeah, if you have something to say, feel free to jump in.
I would just draw attention while some are thinking that both 105 and 108, if we look at the spreadsheet that the consultant prepared, show, for example, the Hispanic population, 108, 80, 77, 76% Hispanic population. 105 has all districts, majority Hispanic, 80%, the other 76, 77. Those are things you'd want to look at, I think, particularly for our community. It's likely that District 1 would be hard to get much over 50%, but that 105 does, or maybe this is 101 I'm looking at, I'm sorry.
And Mr. City Manager, if I can jump in on that, if you look at the chart right below the total population demographics, it shows the citizen voting age population demographics. So under the Hispanic CVAP, you'll see that 3 districts in Plan 105 are majority, more than majority Hispanic, as well as in Plan 108, you have District 2, 3, and 4, with all 3 being over 78%.
Well, a super majority, one would argue.
And 5 is at 45.41.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I concur with Mayor Pro Tem Ortiz on changing a little of the boundaries on District 1 up a little bit on Clinton in that area to go up. And I do agree with the high school. I like plans 105, 106, and 108. I think 109 is too much change to our voters and disenfranchises a lot of them that have already voted. That's my personal opinion.
No, on 101.
101 would be one of the other ones. I don't have a problem with 101 either. I like keeping the boundaries somewhat the same. But I do agree with you on moving some of that into the other area, on area 4.
Another question I have too, I guess maybe this is for the council, or I'm not sure if the consultant can answer this, but when we're looking at the VRAs, is it better to have the higher amount in 3 districts or the lower amount in 4 districts? So over 50, but is it preferable to have 4 VRA districts at like 50 to 60%, or is it preferable to have 3 VRA districts 70 and over %?
I think that it's better to have 3 because we're trying to get as close as we can to the citywide average. So the citywide average is not 75%. So
if I may, one thing that I would mention is that when we're looking at VRA aspects, we have to be looking at the citizen voting age population. It's not just the total population.
Yes.
And so you'll see we look at what the current districts are. So if you look at your existing districts, districts 2, 3, and 4 are currently have majority Latino citizen voting age population. District 5 is at 48%, which is very close. But as you know, District 5 has elected a Latina candidate. So it's what we refer to as a performing district. So District 5 in most of the maps here, again, keep very close to that, close to 50% population. That's something that could be considered. But again, because it's what we refer to as a performing district, in District 5, it's not a requirement.
Yeah, because I'm looking at the difference between that and in the 109, we have the 60%, 79%, 64%, and 58%. And so we have 4 VRA districts in that one that are substantially over.
Yeah, and just when you look at that in comparison to the current district makeup, and I know it's different because the 109 is different in terms of area. District 2, 3, and for example, currently District 2 is 71%, District 3 is 74%, District 4 is 72%.
Yeah.
of the Hispanic voting population. And of course, District 548.
Well, City Manager, I know you're taking notes, so I'll give my preferred ones and comments. My preferred maps would be 101, 105, and 108. And as I do appreciate the work that went into 109 and the engagement from the organization, I just think cutting that district off on the top wouldn't serve our inner city to the best that we can. So I think it would need to be adjusted a little more. Not to say that we can't get there, but right now I don't think that's the best direction we could go as a city.
Well, I think that's very helpful. There's been some consensus there with a few tweaks, getting some of these natural boundaries. So we'll do a little more work, and any other maps that come in, we can continue to look at. The next hearing date, Jeff, is February 2nd. Is that right?
Yes.
And that would be a time to be a little more concrete, but I think at that point we're moving ahead. So if we want to have a matter included in the packet, we would need it at least a week prior to the 2nd. So about another week, another 5 to 7 days of new ideas, or maybe that 109 group could look at something not quite as dramatic if you want to consider. We would need that within about a week.
Yeah, I would say by January 26th, that's a Wednesday. And that allows Jeff some time, because last time we were doing it on a Friday, allows Jeff, some time to do that. So and certainly we have the mapping tool, we have the instructions in Spanish, and we can work with Scott to make maps available at City Hall that people can pick up. I know that one person submitted a map with lines drawn from the workshop, took one of the big maps that we had and left it at City Hall. So we're happy to do that as well.
It's great. Thank you.
Okay. I think we have our marching orders. So thank you.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
So do we want to go to our administrative items or go back to this? Yeah. City report. Okay.
Quick.
Want to take a 5-minute break?
Yeah.
5. Water in, water out break.
Yep.
That's what we say in law enforcement. That's what we say in the law enforcement community.
Water in, water out.
I just got that.
I like the one I wanted.
Yeah, it's not bad. I
call the meeting back to order and just thank the council and thank the community for bearing with us. We had to move some things around, being that we had some items that had to be heard at a certain time. So what we will do now, we'll move to item number 9, which is consent calendar. And if no one likes to pull an item, I will entertain a motion.
I'll make the motion to
I'll
accept
second.
consent calendar as presented.
Yep,
Go.
I'll second it.
Excuse me. So we have a motion on the floor from Councilmember Miller and a second from Councilmember Holmes. Could I get a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Holmes,
Aye.
Councilmember Miller,
Aye.
Councilmember Ramos Amit,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ortiz,
Aye.
and Mayor Furman.
Aye. Motion passes for consent calendar. So what we will do now, we're going to move on to administrative items, and we are going to skip down to item number 5. And this is a time and place for the public hearing for the proposed annexation of annex.
We're going to skip down.
We're going to skip down
to
to,
the ordinances.
the ordinances. Okay.
That is item 10.5 and 10.6.
10.5, 10.6, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
All righty, so we will go to 10.5. That is urgency item, ordinance number 1773, approving the 3rd amendment to the development agreement between City of Indio and certain owners of real property within the site known as the Pacific Indio Properties to extend the term of development agreement and declaring the urgent thereof and finding that the extension is exempt from CEQA pursuant to CEQA guidelines 15162 and 16061 B3. And City Attorney.
Great, thank you. And we're just moving little things out of order tonight, so thank you so much. And this is item 10.5. Yeah, 10.5 on the agenda, and it's a companion ordinance also on item 10.6. With item 10.5, the City of Indio entered into a development agreement with an entity that was called Pacific Indio Properties for about 241 acres of land. And that area is extending north from Interstate 10 to Avenue 42 and east between Clinton and Monroe near Jackson. I think folks will know this area as the Palm Shopping Center, the Hampton Inn. There's some other retail and restaurant establishments there. This development agreement was amended twice with the last amendment, the second amendment to the development agreement that extended the term through actually January 19th, 2022. And the extension was limited only to those who, the extension was limited only to the provisions regarding land use and density. And so staff is requesting an extension on an urgency basis for a couple of reasons. If we approve the extension, then the properties that have agreed to execute the development agreement, there will be covered by zoning. And currently, as you know, the city's undertaking the zoning code update this year. And unfortunately, at the moment, we're not completed with that project. However, the timing is such that with these property owners, that they have lost a lot of time in terms of development opportunities with respect to the pandemic. And what we're requesting is a short extension for about 18 months. And that would be to July 19th, 2023. And the timing is such that this would require a 4/5 vote to approve it. And the reasons for the urgency is is to preserve the public peace, health, and welfare and safety. And with the pandemic, as everyone knows, it did impact everyone. It also impacted the commercial real estate market. And as the economy is slowly beginning its post-pandemic recovery, the lapse of the development agreement would be detrimental to the current efforts being made by the owners in the city in pursuing development opportunities that were lost or hampered by the pandemic. And this does impact us directly with respect to not only property and sales tax, but also we have a strong interest in preventing those secondary impacts that are brought about by leaving the property or vacant. And then also allowing the development agreement to lapse without other appropriate land use measures will provide, which actually will result in uncertainty regarding the potential development of these 120 acres. And the owners subject to this amendment, let's see, they are the I-10 Monroe LLC, BH Indio Land LLC, Charlotte Southwest Corporation, and Urbanica. And I'm happy to answer any questions. And that is my report on this item.
I don't believe we have any public, so any questions from the council?
I do not.
No questions, so do we just get a recommendation?
Yes, if there are no questions, then I would ask somebody make a motion on the recommendation.
This is 1773.
Yes, it's 1773.
Wait for reading of emergency ordinance number 1773, requesting the city clerk to read the urgency ordinance number 1773 by title only, not urgency ordinance number 1773, approving the third amendment to the development agreement between the city of Indio and current owners of real property within a site known as specific real properties to extend the development agreement.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
We have a first by Councilmember Miller and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Ortiz. Can I get a vote, please?
Councilmember Holmes.
Aye.
Councilmember Miller.
Aye.
Councilmember Ramos Amit.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ortiz.
Aye.
And Mayor Furman.
Aye, motion passes.
And now I'll read the ordinance for the record.
Mhm.
And ordinance number 1773, an urgency ordinance of the city of Indio approving the third amendment to the development agreement between the city of Indio and certain owners of real property within the site known as the Pacific Indio Properties to extend the term of the development agreement and declaring the urgency thereof. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And we'll move on to 10.6.
Great, and that's the companion ordinance, urgency ordinance number 1774. And with this, as I mentioned, there's 241 acres of land. There will be approximately over 100 acres of land without any zoning. And what this ordinance does is that it will require that that unzoned property, if in order for it to be developed, that the property owner would have to come to the planning department and request a development agreement. And so this would provide a stopgap measure until we complete the zoning code update later this year. It'll guarantee that the city has enforceable development and design standards so that any development would occur in an orderly manner. And so essentially a new provision to our municipal code that would require any real property within the boundaries of the site that was subject to the development agreement, the Pacific Indio Development Agreement, that if that property remains unzoned as of January 20th, 2022, it can only be developed with the approval of a development agreement by the City Council. And the urgency findings are set forth in the report as well as in the ordinance. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Do we have any questions, council?
Interesting.
No. Can we get a motion?
I'll motion to waive full reading of urgency ordinance number 1774. Request the city clerk to read the ordinance by title only and adopt urgency ordinance number 1774, amending chapter 159 zoning regulations to title 15 land usage of the Indio Municipal Code and adopting a new section 159.419 pertaining to the development of unzoned properties within the former Pacific Indio Properties Development Agreement and declaring the urgency thereof.
I'll second that.
We got a motion on the floor by Mayor Pro Tem Ortiz and a second by Councilmember Miller. Can I get a vote, please?
Councilmember Holmes.
Aye.
Councilmember Miller.
Aye.
Councilmember Ramos Amit,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ortiz,
Aye.
and Mayor Furman.
Aye, motion passes.
And then for the record, reading the title of the ordinance number 1774, an urgency ordinance of the City of Indio, amending Chapter 159, the zoning regulations of Title 15 land usage, and adopting a new Section 159.419 pertaining to the development of unzoned properties within the former Pacific Indio Properties Development Agreement and declaring the urgency thereof. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. So we will now go up to our administrative items, the beginning of our items. So we will start with item 10.1, which is approval of service agreement between the City of Indio and Flock Group Incorporated for the lease of 20 Flock Safety automatic license plate recognition cameras in the amount of $57,500. Chief Washburn.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Mike Washburn. I'm your Chief of Police. Tonight before you, we're bringing an agreement with Flock Safety, public safety cameras. And we're seeking your approval to allow us to lease those for a year. And also assuming that you grant that request. We're also going to seek your input as to whether we want to put signage around like La Quinta has, announcing that public safety cameras are in effect, particularly at some of our entrances to the city. So with that, I'm going to bring up Anton with Flock Safety, and he will have a presentation for you.
Great.
Thank you, Chief. Ladies and gentlemen of the council, Indio City staff, Mayor Furman, my name is Anton Ben-Balit. I'm here with my coworker, John Anderson. We're here on behalf of Flock Safety. Thank you very much for giving us the time to present today. So right off the bat, one of the things that's really unique about Flock and that drew me to the company is the company's mission statement is to eliminate crime. At its core, Flock is a public safety operating system that is currently in over 1,400 cities and partnered with 1,000+ law enforcement agencies nationwide. What Flock does is it unites law enforcement agencies with the communities that they serve to create a safer, more equitable society through leveraging technology to eliminate crime. Right? We do this by building devices that detect objective evidence, decode it in real time, and then deliver it to law enforcement agencies for investigation. So Flock focuses on license plates because we know that historically 70% of crimes include the use of vehicles. We also know that without objective evidence, 82% of these crimes go unsolved. So what we do is we provide law enforcement with objective evidence that they can pursue to clear cases. There's three things, that this technology does to prevent and eliminate crime. So proactively, it sends out real-time alerts when stolen or wanted vehicles enter your city. This is especially important because a lot of times we've seen stolen vehicles used to in turn commit other crimes, right? The investigative piece, so essentially as clearance rates increase, crime rates decrease, changing, policing from having to be reactive to more of a proactive approach. And then prevention, right? So Flock cameras act as a deterrent and the risk of getting caught increases. People talk about it. So some of the things that make Flock especially unique, first being vehicle fingerprint technology. So you can search by the make of a vehicle, the type, the color, whether it has a license plate, the license plate's missing, is it a covered plate, a paper plate, as well as unique identifiers. The system itself is infrastructure free. It's solar powered, LTE enabled. This means that it's cost effective and it's movable if need be. The system's also ALPR service. So essentially we're an end-to-end provider that installs the system, monitors it, and maintains the cameras. We have a very strong regional network. We're partnered with a lot of the law enforcement agencies in the area. The system itself is very easy to use and the user experience is friendly. It does also provide real-time notifications via SMS or email, and we are a leader in privacy. So we've made privacy actually one of our deliverables. There's a lot here. on this screen. There are a couple of things that I did want to highlight, which to the best of my understanding are some of the priorities for Indio based on my conversations with the PD. So one thing I'll highlight is that there's a 30-day retention period. That's on a running basis. Every 30 days, the data is deleted. Our technology takes the human bias out of crime solving. So by detecting objective data and detecting events, excuse me, that are objectively illegal, right? So like stolen vehicles. I'd also like to highlight that this isn't facial recognition software. It's not used for immigration enforcement. There's no personal identifying information that is contained within Flock. And we did actually create first of its kind transparency portal that we can help the city set up. So the transparency portal promotes ethical use of public safety technology, right? The citizens of India would be able to, go on the web and actually see, what the cameras are used for and not used for. They'd also be able to see which cities in the surrounding area the data is being shared with. I wanted to highlight that Flock is currently working with over 70% of the cities in Riverside County. We have over 600 cameras deployed. The Riverside County Sheriff's Office is actually currently in the process of deploying 260 cameras. Some of the local partners that we work with are Desert Hot Springs, Cathedral City, Palm Desert, Lake Elsinore, Yoruba Valley, Moreno Valley, Wildomar, Menifee, Hemet, Marietta, Paris, Temecula. We're in a lot of cities. We work with over 100 agencies in the greater California area. I did want to also highlight some local success stories. So this is one out of Hemet. They implemented the system in June, and from June to November, they were actually able to recover just over $1 million worth of stolen property. Skip ahead to this slide. So San Marino, and this is research that they did themselves over the course of a year. They saw a 70% decrease in residential burglaries, an 18% decrease in Part 1 crimes, as well as a 36% requested increase in the number of cameras they had deployed, right? Essentially, as clearance rates increase, crime decreases, taking policing from being reactive to proactive. Another example is Morgan Hill. So they recovered 51 stolen vehicles and made 66 arrests over the course of 2.5 months. And obviously, as they're making these arrests, other crimes are being stopped, right? So Santa Ramon, before implementing Flock, they had a total of 6 stolen vehicles that they caught over a period of 8 months. After implementing Flock, they recovered 21 stolen vehicles over the course of 5 months. There's a ton of different examples. There's another one from San Ramon. The Flock cameras led them to an individual that was out on probation in the car with a loaded gun. In San Mateo, Flock cameras prevented a home invasion. In Benicia, stolen vehicles led to the capture of guns being taken off the street. There's a ton of examples from California and all across the country of the effectiveness of the system. Skip through these. So we have at Flock worked with the police department to create a map deployment for the cameras based on highly trafficked areas based on these heat maps. And then I just wanted to cover pricing real quick. So the cameras are $2,500 per camera per year. That includes the solar, the LTE. That also includes, the mounting, the maintenance warranty, the cloud hosting, the hot list integrations, etc. And there is a one-time implementation fee per camera of $250. So just to recap, what is this tech? It's license plate recognition. It gathers objective evidence and facts about vehicles, not people. It alerts police of wanted vehicles. It's used to solve crime, and it adheres to all state laws. What this technology isn't is it's not facial recognition. It's not tied to personal identifiable information. It's not used for immigration or traffic enforcement. We don't sell the data to anyone, and the data automatically deletes every 30 days. That about does it for the presentation. Thank you all for your time.
Great, thank you.
Of course.
Do we have any questions for the chief or the consultants? Council? Any questions? Comments? Councilmember Ramita, any questions or comments?
No, thank you.
Councilmember Miller? No, I just would like to say thank you for the presentation. Chief, thank you for bringing this to us. I think this is a way to be preventative and with some of the crime that goes on in our world today. It's no secret that property crimes are an issue everywhere. It's not just unique to India. Property crimes are an issue everywhere. And there's other crimes that happen in our world. Often on our digital devices, we get alerts from Amber Alerts, and that's how some of these folks are caught and detected when those things happen. Also, the chief mentioned about signs and signage. I do support, if this passes, some sort of signage to let folks know that in our city, public safety is on top of the spectrum of things, and we want folks to be safe here. We want folks to come live here. We want folks to develop here, and crime is not wanted. And this is an innovative technique where we could use this in our world today to prevent some of those crimes. I just do have one question as far as information that is stored. How is that shared? Is it shared upon request? Is it shared amongst jurisdictions, or do other cities just have access to the database?
So we will enter into agreement with our particular Riverside County partners. So the power of that is if we're looking for a homicide vehicle and all we know, for instance, is it's a black Mustang with a red bumper sticker, we can connect to all of their cameras and we will get alerts as those are going through those cameras and allow us to search for those things. We do have, when an officer logs into the system, officer or detective, and we're looking for something, they have to put the reason they're looking for that sort of thing. And it becomes our data when we download it, so we can avoid PRA issues, because unless we're pulling stuff, it's not really our data yet.
Okay, so I have no further comments or questions, and the council doesn't. So if anyone would like to make a motion.
I will do that. I would like to make a motion to approve the Flock Group Incorporated Services Agreement for the lease of 20 Flock Safety Automatic License Plate Recognition Camera System in the amount of $57,500 in the form approved by the city attorney, and authorize the city manager to execute the agreement and related forms on behalf of the city.
I'll second that.
We have a motion on the floor by Councilmember Holmes and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Ortiz. Could I get a vote?
Councilmember Holmes?
Aye.
Councilmember Miller?
Aye.
Councilmember Ramos Amit?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ortiz?
Aye.
And Mayor Furman?
Aye, the motion passes. Thank you, Chief, for bringing this to us, and thank you for your presentation. It's greatly appreciated.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we'll move on to item 10.2, and Councilmember Holmes will recuse herself, being that she owns property in this area. So we'll give her a second to take a break. And we'll move to item 10.2, and this approval license agreement between City of Indio and Christina Green DBA Epic Animal Treats for use of city property to conduct certified farmers market in downtown. And our Director of Economic Development, Carl Morgan, will be handling this item. Mr. Morgan, the floor is yours.
Honorable Mayor, members of City Council, Carl Morgan, Economic Development Director. I'm really pleased to bring this item to you this evening. It's part of our downtown revitalization, enlivenment, and activation of our downtown. And this license agreement will essentially create an opportunity for us to have a regular Sunday farmers market As you can see on the background, in December of this year, we received an expression of interest to operate a certified farmers market on city-owned property in downtown across from City Hall, and I'll show you the site in a few minutes. This organization has experience in this and has been successful in other communities locally. They do have a California Department of Food and Agricultural CDFA certification, and they've been operating in a couple of local communities for a couple of years. They offer fresh produce, hot and cold chef-prepared food, a variety of artisan makers, jewelry, soap, candles, handcrafted art, wood, and leather. The average attendance at their current locations is about 1,250 people a day during the week and growing. I did visit their operation. It was very clean, very nice, and very well attended. They average about 45 to 58 vendors at each of their markets, and I can tell you that the vibe and energy at those markets is really relaxing and inviting. This is the site subject to the license agreement. It's the green space located on the northwest corner of town and Bliss, directly across the street from our Civic Center. The farmers market, here's some farmers market imagery from one of their markets, and you can see kind of the variety of events and so forth. The license agreement is requesting, the licensee is requesting an opportunity to create and operate the Indio Certified Farmers Market. They'll need full support, obviously, from the city and adjacent property owners to be successful. We, of course, would provide, marketing and outreach through our Director of Marketing Communications. They propose a weekly Sunday market, 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. from October through May, and perhaps a program indoor if we can accommodate through the hotter months, June through September. The licensee will provide and manage vendors, live music, ADA restroom, and small mobile mini storage unit for market supplies. That mini storage unit is actually over there by the Potter's House Church as we speak. They will do all the setup and breakdown after the certified market concludes. The licensee provides all environmental health permits, a CDFA permit, quarterly permits, and maintains a $4 million insurance policy for the market. In addition to that, each of the vendors also carry their own $2 million liability policy. This agreement will be for 1 year with an option of 4 additional 1-year terms, and the licensee shall deposit a $500 deposit as a security deposit to the city of Indio. With that, staff is asking that you approve the licensing agreement between the city of Indio and Christiana Green, doing business as Epic Animal Treats for the use of the city property in the downtown, and authorize the city manager to execute the lease in the form approved by the city attorney, and authorize the city manager to execute all documents necessary to complete the licensing agreement. Christiana Green is on the call if she wants to make any comments, and certainly answer any questions that you might have of her. And that concludes my staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan, and welcome, Ms. Green. Do you have any comments or do you like to make?
I actually don't see her on Zoom.
Is she on there? On the chat, maybe?
Yeah, I know she was. The districting item went quite a while, and I did send her a note, send her another link. Maybe she's not on. I'm looking at my phone right now. No, it's not her.
Maybe she's not on. So what we'll do, we'll open up the council for questions. Mayor Pro Tem, you have questions?
Yeah, I wanted to see, will these vendors be vendors from the Coachella Valley or vendors from other areas, or do we know any more details about the vendors or that process?
I know that she has a stable of vendors that go to her 2 farmers markets. One is in Palm Desert, one I believe is in the other city. I don't remember the name of the city. But they would be coming this way as a part of the process. I have not had time to look into where each of those vendors are coming from. My guess is that she'll invite not only, welcome local, but also kind of the stable of vendors that run with her and her certified farmers market.
She's been promoting on social media for the past few weeks, inviting all the local produce, the small produce companies and small produce growers to come to Indio to this new downtown street produce market. My question is, what other days of the week is she in Palm Desert and Indian Wells?
Well, that's why I had her on the call, hoping that she'd be here to be able to answer those questions.
Yeah, I can chime in. I believe it's Thursday in Indian Wells, and I'm thinking Saturday in Rancho Mirage.
Okay, and then that's weekly, city manager?
Yes.
Okay, I mean, that's 3 days a week is a lot to commit to. I want to congratulate her and thank her for looking at Indio. This is something that we've been hoping to attract to our downtown. So thank you, city manager.
Thank you. Yeah, just to mention, she is an Indio resident, has been for quite some time, and just was waiting for the right time when she thought there was enough synergy for the downtown. I might mention as well, Mr. Morgan, I didn't touch on it, but we did contact one other certified farmers market that operates in the valley. They explored the opportunity and chose not to submit a proposal. This is the only one we received.
Yeah, I also think Sunday is going to be a good time here with all the church people downtown and everything.
Yeah.
It'll be great.
Councilmember.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think it's a great opportunity. I've been to both the farmer market in Indian Wells and in Rancho Mirage. They're very well attended. The produce is, a lot of it is, Oscar, is local, a lot of our small organic vendors. And it gives us another opportunity to bring people into downtown. I think it's a good opportunity for her and a good opportunity for us and our residents. So it's been a long time coming, and I think it'll be an asset to us. But I saw that Carl's recommendation, and one recommendation we have on our agenda is two vastly different ones. So which one would you like us to use? This one's pretty limited, approved license between. I'm more than happy to make a motion if somebody else does one.
Well, I'll just comment really fast and then I'll go ahead and accept that motion. Thank you, Mr. Morgan, for bringing this to us. Thank you, City Manager. This is something that we've all wanted in our community for a long time. They received a lot of positive reviews in the communities that they already serve. And to have an Indio resident who's going to have a farmer's market in our downtown area, I think is great, and something I think that we also take into consideration. It's not just the produce and things that they sell. You know, there's other items, and it also gives our local entrepreneurs who have started pop-up businesses to also become part of this growth with our farmers market, with our center stage events downtown. So it gives those folks other opportunities to generate some revenue for their households in our city. So I think this is great, and I appreciate it coming. And no other comments, I will accept the motion on this.
Let me,
Mr. Mayor, Honorable Mayor, with the city attorney's concurrence and city manager, the recommendation that's in the PowerPoint is a little bit more extensive.
Yes.
We're still working out the bugs in our online system, and we'll try and get that resolved sooner than later.
Let me just make one tweak. It would be, there's no lease with this, so it would be to approve the license agreement between the City of Indio and Christina Green, DBA Epic Animal Treats, for the use of city property in the downtown, and authorize the city manager to execute the license agreement and any other agreements if necessary in the form approved by the city attorney. And that would be it.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilmember Miller.
Make that motion.
I'll second that.
So we have a first by Councilmember Miller and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Ortiz with the revisions. Could I have a vote, please?
Councilmember Miller.
Aye.
Councilmember Ramos Amit.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ortiz.
Aye.
And Mayor Furman.
Aye. Motion passes, and let's get ready for farmers market downtown. All right. Great. So we will now move on to item 10.3, which is discussion and approval of the Public Arts Commission's recommendations regarding the restoration and repair and or removal of 11 wall murals in the city's mural collection. Other recommendations related to such murals is set forth in the agenda report and provide authorization to the city manager and the city attorney to negotiate and finalize the terms of agreements to implement the recommendations. Deputy City Manager Scott Trio.
And before Mr. Trujillo starts, Councilwoman Holmes also has a conflict on this item. And so she'll return after this item is done. And that's because she owns real property within 1,000 feet of several of the murals as well.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. I'm Scott Trujillo, your Deputy City Manager. And before we jump into this item, if I may, I would just like to not introduce, but introduce as the new arts staff member, and that's Layla Nambar. I just want to give her credit for moving all these items in arts and culture across the goal line. She has done some just a great work in the last 45 days of being on board in this particular role. So thank you, Layla. Let's see here. Just by way of background, let me just go over some of these points here real quick. There's currently 11 murals, as we know, around the downtown area. What I learned, however, is the fact that they're executed by a range of artists dating back from 1997 to 2016. There are 3 murals that are commissioned as public murals, and then 8 that are privately created through a program that was launched in 1996 by the Chamber of Commerce. So, but the city, we've not actually had any direct maintenance or operations or responsibilities of these since that inception back in 1996. So moving forward in the fall of 2020, staff issued an RFQ seeking a qualified conservator. We received five responses. And then in 2021, the Public Arts Commission moved forward with the hiring of Evergreen to assess these murals. So I'm going to go on to these next slides. And these are the commission's recommendations for your consideration tonight. And it's based upon Evergreen's actual assessment analysis, along with the community survey that took place back in 2021 as well. So I'm not going to go through and read all the text on these slides. We're going to go relatively fast, not that fast. I just hit the button. So, but these murals here, mural 1 and 2, this is over on the Clark's truck stop. The recommendation for these two are actually to this. There we go. I'm not sure where I'm moving that slide. Okay, but the recommendation here is to retain the mural as is and reevaluate its condition with the Public Arts Commission in the next 4 years. So not a high priority. Mural number 3, this is actually for immediate action tonight to implement Evergreen's recommendation to restore this with an estimate around $16,000. The next one, mural number 4, again, this is one of 3 tonight that we want immediate action on. And what that is for us to contact that property owner and to go into some type of agreement to decommission the mural. This one is probably in the worst shape. This is right here on Oasis and Miles. So this is our priority number 1 to get in there and get that removed. And same with the next mural number 5, to immediately contact that property owner and decommission as well. The remaining murals in here, again, you'll see that it's just for us to reevaluate this with the Public Arts Commission, in this case, in the next 48 months, so no rush on that one. Mural number 7 here, to retain the mural as is and reevaluate it in the next 2 years. Mural number 8, which is moving towards the future. Again, 48 months working with the Public Arts Commission. Mural number 9, similar time frame. Mural number 10 here, same thing in the next 12 months. And same thing with our last mural here, which is over at Desert Ridge Academy. And so work with them for the next 48 months. So where does that put us?
A lot of work has gone into this. Which is essentially to improve the Public Arts Commission's recommendations regarding our mural collection, and specifically authorize the city manager and city attorney to negotiate and finalize terms of the agreements for such work as long as the cost of the work is within the city manager's contract authority. And again, specifically that mural number 3 to restore that, and then mural number 4 to decommission, and mural number 5 to do the same, decommission that as well. So, and then authorize staff to develop a work plan on the remaining 8 murals. And we'll prioritize the work based on their conditions. And that is what we have before you, Mayor, for approval tonight. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you, Mr. Trio. Do you have any questions of Mr. Trio?
Sure.
I have questions.
Oh, forward.
Councilmember Amit, you have questions?
Yes, I can't see anything right now,
Okay.
but, oh, that helps. Okay. Mr. Trujillo, usually the staff report on the front page has a fiscal impact. This one didn't. So what is the balance of our arts budget or our arts account?
I'm going to bring Layla Nambar up to give you the amount on the budget.
No, not the amount that we have remaining in the arts fund is my question.
We have approximately 450,000 in the arts budget.
In the arts fund, okay. As I mentioned, usually the first page has that square, that summary of fiscal impact and where it's coming from and all that stuff. Just make a note that it's helpful to have that. I think the biggest issue I have is that I understand the 3 murals that we actually commissioned ourselves, and we have a responsibility to maintain those. And I understand the blight that the others that are decaying have, how they impact our community. But I'm challenged with the proposal that the city of Indio take on a responsibility of a $700,000 asset when we had nothing to do with it coming on board to begin with. And I'm not saying we were against it. Of course, we gave permission for it to happen throughout our city, but we don't have the funds to support a $700,000 asset. And I don't think that Monarch one should have been included on the list at all, because that was totally done by the school district and had nothing to do with the city. So that one definitely shouldn't even be on this list. I'm just really challenged with having a fund account of 450,000. And if we take this step tonight, we're basically setting a policy that we will maintain and take responsibility for these $700,000 worth of assets. Now, 2 are going to be decommissioned, but that still leaves $500,000 in assets that, if we set a policy decision tonight, are taking responsibility for in perpetuity moving forward. And I'm not okay with that. What would the alternative be? I think the alternative is that we maintain the 3 that we're responsible for, that we do facilitate the decommissioning of the decaying murals, and the other murals, we can decide on a future time, I guess, but I really don't like us as a city setting a policy that we are going to accept responsibility for this $700,000 asset. And I guess this is directed more towards city manager. I know you're new to the city and you don't have the history, but do you see the dilemma that we're going to have moving forward? I mean, this isn't a simple decision.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I would agree. It's accepting an asset that now we will have to deal with. Fortunately, the remedy of decommission is fairly inexpensive. And I'm just not sure, I'm not confident the Chamber of Commerce would be able to step up and take their rightful place, since they were the original commissioners for the majority of it. So I think it could be mitigated by, if there is future decommission, it's fairly inexpensive. And that is the least expensive option. So to the concern expressed, which is very valid, should it become so expensive that it just doesn't make sense, we just paint over it. And that would be your direction to decommission those in the future, but we can certainly minimize our cost and exposure over time.
Right, and so I would, if we were to move forward with this, I would propose that any future considerations by the Art Commission be either to paint over or, as we've been doing lately, bubble wrap buildings or decommission, because I'm not willing to accept responsibility for $700,000 in assets when we only have $450,000 in the bank. And those are my comments and questions.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Yeah, I think at this point, we're trying to remedy issues that came from the past, right? And we didn't have the contracts that were just had the right wording for us to be able to go back and fix these murals, or there was no responsibility there. So going forward, I think we're all in agreement that we're going to make better contracts with these new art pieces or any new murals that come. But I think, at this point, we do have to remedy the situation. Our residents drive by these murals all the time. And as we grow our downtown, we need to fix this issue. Like, we just had all these people down here for the Tamale Festival, and it was a great festival, but that was something that, people saw as they came in, that all these deteriorating art pieces. So I think it is a good move on our staff's part to go in and fix these as soon as we can to get everything looking a little better downtown. One thing I did want to maybe a message for our Arts Commission. I think if we look at other downtowns, I think we have a little too much of the historical aspect, and it's very literal, like just literal historical views of things that happen here. But our tourists, I don't think that's, at least for the tourism industry or, bringing the young people downtown, stuff like that, I don't think it's as attractive as some of the really colorful ones that are out there. I think those are a little better, but I think it's something we need to look for, less of the literal history and more of the inspirational and, eye-catching art. That's just my opinion. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Scott, on the actual, I understand Ms. Amit's concerns. What do you estimate? Do you have any kind of estimate of what kind of restoration costs would be for any of the murals? I mean, are we talking big money? I mean, you got to have some kind of impact.
No, it is based on Evergreen's assessment. It's north of that $700,000 figure if we were to go through and redo all of these at once. But as the Public Arts Commission had reviewed these, they wanted to kind of take this in stages, tackle the worst ones first and foremost, hence the three. Of course, the mural number 3, the restoration, that's relatively inexpensive. So let's get in there now and do that. But the reality is that the other ones, we have time. They're not in too bad a shape. So if that's further down the road and we assess that in perhaps 4 years, we'll take it back to the Public Arts Commission for their recommendation, of course, back to the City Council for final determination.
Yeah, I think if we're going to do it, we got to move forward. I mean, it's like the roads and the pavement. I think we waited so long to restaurate them that it's going to cost us a lot of money. Now we need to decide if they're pertinent and not. I think the last one we did, and some of the ones at Coachella done, been in the $30,000-$40,000 range. We might be better off. I love the history and to maintain them. We probably need to take them one at a time, let the Art Commission look at them to see if it is worth spending $50,000, $60,000, $80,000, $100,000, or can we do a new one? Can we commission and get some other new artists work? And I think that's something we need to look at. And the same with our boxes that we've looked at, our utility boxes, and continue on those where we have the themes going on. I agree with Mayor Pro Tem Ortiz. I think we need some newer murals and some of it in downtown, but they need to be in the proper places so they don't stand out like a sore thumb. I mean, art is subjective, but if the new downtown brewery or whatever we have to put something on there for Coachella, but if it doesn't blend into the rest of the area, will it be a blight to the rest of what's out there? So, I mean, I'll leave that up to the Art Commission, but I don't see a problem with taking them and restaurating them. I think it's something that we need to do, either get rid of them or repair them. And we need to figure out and trust our city staff and our Art Commission to make sure that they pick the proper ones to be able to invest back in. And if we have to put some other money into it because it's the right thing to do, then we'll cross that bridge when it comes. So I'm in favor of the plan. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Trillo, for this presentation. Thank you, Bill Slinsky, who's our chair on the Public Arts Commission. We've seen some good things come to us these recent months, and this is actually something that the community's been asking for. It's a deep concern with our murals and the process that goes into it, the restoration process. I will say that this is important. Just today, I received a phone call from a tourist about our Desert Cahuilla Village mural, and where are we going to restore it, because that is so synonymous with the city of Indio, that mural. And there's other points of interest in our community that folks recognize, and it's part of our DNA. And so, and some of these murals are in very, very bad shape. It's not only an eyesore for the tourists, but the folks who have to live next door, you know. And when we start to work on the beautification of our community, the enlightenment of the downtown area, this is important. And it is, I think, a growing pain, because I think this is something that the city may have dropped the ball on years ago. Maybe once we start working on these murals, there's some kind of protection that could go over them. I don't know. I'm not an artist and I'm not a painter, but I think we could take some better precaution and care of our upkeep of our murals so they don't deteriorate this bad, especially in our climate. And I will echo some of my council members' sentiments on some of the artwork that we have moving on in the future. You know, some of the artwork that tells the story of the city of Indio, the existing murals are our history, but we do have some new history that we like to tell, some new things that has happened. We have a lot of open space in other areas. In the Monroe area, we have a lot of brick walls over there where I think would be an excellent place for some murals leading to our festivals. You know, so we have a lot of potential in our area, but I do support this. And with that being said, I'll accept the motion.
The city's mural collection as set forth in the agenda report regarding repair and or restoration and removal, and authorize the city manager and city attorney to negotiate and finalize the terms of the agreements for such work, as long as the cost of the work is within the city manager's contract authority and the adopted budget, and authorize staff to develop a work plan that prioritizes the implementation of the remaining recommendation that prioritize implementation based on each mural's condition. Oof, that's a mouthful.
And I'll second that.
We have a motion on the floor by Councilmember Miller and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Ortiz. Could I get a vote, please?
Councilmember.
Discussion.
Oh, okay.
Councilmember Miller, would you consider an amendment to your motion? Part of your motion said that the Arts Commission would implement the remaining recommendations as the plan unfolds. And I think that we need to reevaluate this every year, because I'm not in favor of continuing to support the rest of the plan, the $700,000 obligation or the $500,000 obligation. I don't believe that our $450,000 remaining funds should all go to murals. So I don't have a problem with approving the decommissionings, the 2 decommissionings, but everything else I think needs to be reevaluated.
Discussion.
I was just going to make a point of clarification that the language in the motion on the implementation for the work plan for the remaining murals is not to expend any money. It's to relook at those remaining murals to prioritize what would be, what would be the priority item. But that would come back, and as the deputy city manager indicated, a number of them were to revisit it in 4 years. So it's just to put a plan together based on this report, that we have something that somebody can pick up and look at and determine what is the status of this project.
That is correct. We are not earmarking any money for the additional 8 tonight. There's no plan for those. We're going to come back and reevaluate that with the Public Arts Commission. The only thing at play here are the 3, mural number 3, 4, and 5.
So Councilmember Mead, does that change your view or?
So we're decommissioning 3?
There's 2.
Decommissioning 2 and repairing.
Decommissioning 2 and repairing 1.
Oh, and restoring 1. Okay, that's fine.
So we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
So I have a motion by Councilmember Miller and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Ortiz. Can I get a vote, please?
Councilmember Miller.
Aye.
Councilmember Ramos Amit.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ortiz.
Aye.
And Mayor Furman.
Aye, motion passes. So, no, okay, we're gonna give Councilmember Holmes a second to rejoin us. Going to hearings, right? No. We have 11.2.
Okay.
All right. Thank you for bearing with us with some of the changes we have to make. So now we will go into our public hearing items. We already did 11.1. So we'll move on to 11.2, which is a public hearing to approve the conducting of special election, adopt resolution number 10251, determining.
Mayor?
Yes.
We skipped the
Are we-
tobacco.
I'm sorry?
10.4.
We skipped 10.4.
Did we skip 10.4?
Oh, we did.
Oh, yes, we did. Mr. Trios is still, yep, we sure did. So I stand corrected. I stand corrected. We did skip one. So we'll go back over to item 10.4, discussion and introduction of ordinance number 1772, an ordinance the city adopting for reference chapter 5.68 of Title 5 of the County of Riverside County Code regarding the permitting of tobacco retailers. City Manager.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Scott, your deputy city manager. Well, let's talk tobacco. As you recall, there was, I believe, 3 different presentations that have been brought forth to the city council in the last 2 years by the county of Riverside, along with some of the representatives, which include the Shadow Hills High School Interact Club. So knowing that you've received 3 different presentations to date, I'll keep this particular presentation relatively concise. So let me just give a little background on the actual program. This was adopted by the county back in 2005, which with the sole goal of combating the county's growing illegal tobacco sales rate. And with the passing of this ordinance, it allows them to support enforcement efforts along with creating penalties if the retailers do sell tobacco to underage youth. It's about $100 per violation as it stands now. And 22 out of the county's 28 cities have adopted the program because of its effectiveness. So what this program essentially does is each retailer that sells tobacco will be charged $457, and that is allocated accordingly. So the county would then utilize that money for education and outreach, decoy operations, which was a big one, routine inspections, and of course the citation issuance. And there are a couple ways to roll this out. Options to implement. We can either do a county administered or a city administered. We have opted to go with the county administered because it's really teed up and it's one of those, kind of moving. So they already have the drafted ordinance for us to adopt. It aligns with state requirements. And as you can see, that this is where the 22, the 20 have actually adopted this. They didn't go their own route with the city adoption. So, but the county would be responsible for carrying out the enforcement activities. And speaking with our police chief historically, we talked about that. That's not an onus we want to put upon our police department. So the county would actually move forward with that. So we're going to go, the recommendation is to move forward with the county administered benefits. So that is, without further ado, I guess that's our staff recommendation, and I'm happy to answer any questions, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Trio. Do we have any questions or comments for our Deputy City Manager? Going once, am I right? No, left? Okay, anyone would like to make a motion?
I'll go ahead and do that. I'd like to make a motion to waive full reading of ordinance number 1772, an ordinance of the city of Indio adopting by reference chapter 5.68, permitting of tobacco retailers of Title V business licenses and regulations of the County of Riverside County Code and amending the Indio Municipal Code, introduce the ordinance by title only and request the city clerk to read the title and direct the city clerk to publish notice for a public hearing on ordinance number 1772 for February 16th, 2022.
I'll second that.
So we have a motion on the floor by Councilmember Holmes and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Ortiz. Could I get a vote, please?
Councilmember Holmes.
Aye.
Councilmember Miller.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ortiz.
Aye.
And Mayor Furman.
Aye, motion passes, and thank you, Mr. Trujillo, and I'm sorry for skipping you there. So now we will move on to some public hearing items. So we have
No, and just note for the record that Councilmember Amit had to leave the meeting, and so, thank you.
Yeah. So we have public hearing item 11.2, and this is the time and place for the public hearing for the proposed annexation of annexation area number 80 to the city of Indio, Community Facilities District number 2004-1, law enforcement, fire, paramedic services. The public hearing is hereby officially open. We will first have presentations by staff about the annexations. After that, we will receive comments and questions and any oral protests from the interested persons. When all comments have been received, the public hearing will be closed. To the clerk.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. I'm Tim Wassel, Public Works Director for the City of Indio.
Mr.
And-
Wassel, if you can have the city clerk just make note for the record of the notice, please.
Thank
Sorry.
you. So the public hearing has been published and in accordance with the Belarus Community Facilities Act of 1982, and proof of such publication is on file in the city clerk's office.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Ms. City Attorney. So with your permission, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to invite Mr. Donald Hunt with the firm Fulbright and Jaruski to present actually the next three items. They're all similar. Is that okay?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. We have three items. First is a public hearing to approve the conducting of a special election, adopt resolution number 10251, determining the validity of prior proceedings, adopt resolution number 10252, calling a special election, adopt resolution number 10253, canvassing the results of the election, conduct first reading by title only of ordinance number 1769, authorizing the levy of a special tax, and approve a budget and adjustment relating to the annexation of annexation number 80, the crossings, tract map number 37899 to CFD number 2004-1. So be appropriate this time if the council so chooses to make those findings and adopt those the things that I just read through.
Thank you. Do we have any oral protests or comments by the public?
And none on Zoom, Mayor.
No. How about council? Any comments or discussion? No? Okay, before I formally close the hearing, are there any other property owners subject to the proposed special tax who wish to file written protests? If so, they must be filed with the city clerk at this time. For the purpose of the majority protest, any written protests are to be considered. So, do we have any public protests?
None, Mayor.
Okay. I will then, public hearing is hereby closed. Do I have a resolution determining the validity of these prior proceedings? Motion?
I'll make the recommended motion. City Council open public hearings to approve it.
If I can help out a little bit?
Okay.
Sure. And that would be one motion to adopt resolution number 10251, determining the validity of prior proceedings. So if that's your motion,
That is.
okay.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
All right. So could I have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Holmes,
Aye.
Councilmember Miller,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ortiz,
Aye.
and Mayor Furman.
Aye, the motion passes. Now, at this time, I hereby direct the city clerk to tabulate the ballots. I'm sorry. Oh, so we have another motion, okay. So now, do I have a motion to adopt the resolution calling for a special election?
And to help out, that would be resolution number 10252, calling for a special election.
Yes, I'll make that motion.
Mr. Miller makes that motion.
And I'll second that.
So we have a motion by Councilman Miller, a second by Mayor Pro Tem. Do I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Holmes,
Aye.
Councilmember Miller,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ortiz,
Aye.
and Mayor Furman.
Aye, motion passes. So now we will move down to, at this time, I hereby direct the city clerk to tabulate the ballots and announce if 2/3 of the votes cast upon the question of levying the tax are in favor of levying that tax.
And Mayor, the vote for that annexation is yes.
Okay. Here now. Okay, do I have a motion to adopt the resolution canvassing the results of the special election? Can I get a roll? Oh, actually, I need a motion.
Resolution number 10253, canvassing the results of the election. If somebody wants to make that motion,
I'll make that motion.
great.
And I'll second it.
We got a motion by Councilmember Miller, a second by Councilmember Holmes. Can I roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Holmes,
Aye.
Councilmember Miller.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ortiz,
Aye.
and Mayor Furman.
Aye, the motion passes. So now, do I have a motion ordinance authorizing the levy for the special tax?
And if I can help out, that would be a motion to,
Let's move the podium.
I'm on the wrong script.
Yeah, there we go.
That would be a motion to waive full reading of ordinance number 1769, introduce the ordinance by title only, and request the city clerk to read the title. Somebody wants to make that motion.
It's another one.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Holmes and a second by Miller. Oh,
First by Miller.
okay, first by Miller and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Ortiz. A roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Holmes,
Aye.
Councilmember Miller,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ortiz,
Aye.
and Mayor Furman.
Aye.
And if
Motion
I may
passes.
read the ordinance number 1769 for the record, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Indio, acting as a legislative body of the City of Indio, Community Facilities District number 2004-1, Law Enforcement, Fire and Paramedic Services, authorizing the levy of a special tax within annexation area number 80, annexed to said district. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Now, do I have a motion on the budget adjustment? And that motion will be, I move to approve the budget adjustment as set forth in the agenda report.
I'll second that.
We have a motion by Councilmember Miller, second by Mayor Pro Tem Ortiz. Could I have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Holmes.
Aye.
Councilmember Miller.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ortiz.
Aye.
And Mayor Furman.
Aye. Motion passes. So now we'll move on to
11.3.
11.3. And this is the time and place for the public hearing for the proposed annexation of annexation area number 80 to the City of Indio Community Facilities District number 2004-1, Law Enforcement, Fire and Paramedic Services. The public hearing is hereby officially open. We will first have presentations by staff about the annexation. After that, we will receive comments and questions and any oral protests from any interested persons. When all comments have been received, the public hearing will be closed. City Clerk.
Yes, Mayor, the notice of the public hearing has been published in accordance with the Melrose Community Facilities Act of 1982, and proof of such publication is on file in the city clerk's office.
And we can have the staff presentation.
The public hearing to approve the conducting of a special election, adopt resolution number 10255, determining the validity of prior proceedings, adopt resolution number 10256, calling a special election, adopt resolution number 10257, canvassing the results of the election, conduct the first reading by title only of ordinance number 1770, authorizing the levy of a special tax, and approve a budget adjustment relating of annexation area number 81, Ventana, track map number 37884 to CFD number 2004-1.
All right. Do we have any oral or comments by the public?
None, Mayor.
None by the public. Do we have any question or discussion by council members? No questions, comments? Well, before I formally close the hearing, are there any other property owners subject to the proposed special tax who wish to file written protests? If so, they must be filed with the city clerk at this time. For the purpose of the majority protest, any written protests are to be considered. So are there any protests?
I have received no protest, Mayor.
Okay. The public hearing is hereby closed. Okay, do I have a motion to adopt resolution determining the validity of prior proceedings?
And that's resolution number 10255. If someone would like to make that motion.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Miller, a second by Councilmember Holmes. Got a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Holmes. Aye. Councilmember Miller.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ortiz.
Aye.
And Mayor Furman.
Aye, motion passes. Now, do I have a motion to adopt the resolution calling for a special election?
And that would be resolution number 10256. If somebody would like to make that motion.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second it.
We have a motion by Councilmember Miller, a second by Councilmember Holmes. It's your time, Pro Tem. Can I have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Holmes.
Aye.
Councilmember Miller.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ortiz.
Aye.
And Mayor Furman.
Aye, motion passes. Now, at this time, I hereby direct the city clerk to tabulate the ballots and announce if 2/3 of the voters cast upon the question of levying the tax are in favor of levying that tax.
Mayor, and the vote is in favor.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to adopt resolution canvassing the results of special election?
And that would be resolution number 10257. If somebody would like to make that motion.
Make that motion.
I'll second it.
I have a motion by Councilmember Miller, a second by Councilmember Holmes. Can I have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Holmes.
Aye.
Councilmember Miller.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ortiz.
Aye.
And Mayor Furman.
Aye, the motion passes. Now, do I have a motion on the ordinance authorizing the levy of a special tax? And the motion would read, I move to waive full reading of ordinance number 1770, introduce the ordinance by title only, and request city clerk to read the title.
Would somebody like to make that motion?
I'll make that motion.
And I'll second it.
We have a motion by Councilmember Miller, a second by Holmes. Can I have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Holmes.
Aye.
Councilmember Miller.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ortiz.
Aye.
And Mayor Furman.
Aye, motion
And-
passes.
With that, I'll read the ordinance number 1770 for the record. An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Indio, acting as the legislative body of the City of Indio Community Facilities District number 2004-1, law enforcement, fire, and paramedic services, authorizing the levy of a special tax within annexation area number 81, annexed to said district. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Now, do I have a motion on the budget adjustment The motion would read, I move to approve the budget adjustment as set forth in the agenda report.
Will somebody make that motion?
I'll make that motion.
And I'll second it.
We have a motion by Councilmember Miller, second by Holmes. Could I have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Holmes.
Aye.
Councilmember Miller.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ortiz.
Aye.
And Mayor Furman.
Aye, motion passes. We have one more, so bear with us. We'll move on to item 11.4.
Item 11.4.
I'll start it, sir. Then I'll pass on the mic to you.
Okay, sorry.
This is the time and place for the public hearing for the proposed annexation of annexation area number 80 to the City of Indio Community Facilities, District number 2004-1, Law Enforcement, Fire, Paramedic Services. The public hearing is hereby officially open. I will first have presentations by staff about the annexation. After that, we will receive comments and questions and any oral protests from any interested persons. When all comments have been received, the public hearing will be closed. City Clerk?
Yes, Mayor. Notice of the public hearing has been published in accordance with the Melrose Community Facilities Act of 1982, and proof of such publication is on file in the city clerk's office.
And that would be for the annexation number 82. Sorry about that.
That's 82? Okay, so we have a typo in there. Sir, presentation?
The public hearing will approve the conduction of a special election, adopt resolution number 10258, determining the validity of prior proceedings, adopt resolution number 10259, calling a special election, adopt resolution 10260, canvassing the results of the election, conduct first reading by title only of ordinance number 1771, authorizing the levy of a special tax, and approve a budget adjustment relating to the annexation of annexation area number 82 to CFD number 2004-1, tract map numbers 37075 and 37076, LGI Homes-California LLC.
Thank you. Do we have any oral protests or comments by public?
None, Mayor.
Thank you. Any questions or discussion by the council? Nope. Okay, before I formally close the hearing, are there any other property owners subject to the proposed special tax who wish to file a written protest? If so, they must be filed with the city clerk at this time. For the purpose of a majority protest, only written protests are to be considered.
None, Mayor.
Thank you. The public hearing is hereby closed. Now, do I have a motion to adopt resolution determining the validity of the prior proceedings?
And that would be resolution number 10258. If somebody would like to make that motion.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second that motion.
We have a motion by Councilmember Miller, second by Holmes. Can I get a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Holmes.
Aye.
Councilmember Miller.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ortiz.
Aye.
And Mayor Furman.
Aye, motion passes. Now, do I have a motion to adopt the resolution calling for a special election?
And that would be resolution number 10259. If somebody would like to make that motion.
Make that motion.
I'll second it.
We have a first motion by Councilmember Miller, second by Councilmember Holmes. Can I have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Holmes.
Aye.
Councilmember Miller.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ortiz.
Aye.
And Mayor Furman.
Aye, the motion passes. Now, at this time, I hereby direct the city clerk to tabulate the ballots and announce if 2/3 of the votes cast upon the questions of levying the tax are in favor of levying that tax.
And Mayor, the vote is in favor.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to adopt the resolution canvassing the results of the special election?
And that would be resolution number 10260. If somebody would like to make that motion.
I make that motion.
I'll second it.
We have a motion by Councilmember Miller, second by Holmes. Could I have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Holmes.
Aye.
Councilmember Miller.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ortiz.
Aye.
And Mayor Furman.
Aye, motion passes. Now, do I have a motion on the ordinance authorizing the levy of the special tax? And that would read as, I move to waive full reading of ordinance number 1771, introduce the ordinance by title only, and request city clerk to read the title.
Would somebody like to make that motion?
I'll make that motion.
And I will second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Miller, second by Holmes. Can I have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Holmes.
Aye.
Councilmember Miller.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ortiz.
Aye.
And Mayor Furman.
Aye, the motion passes.
And now to read the ordinance number 1771 for the record, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Indio, acting as the legislative body of the City of Indio Community Facilities District number 2004-1, law enforcement, fire, and paramedic services, authorizing the levy of a special tax within annexation area number 82, annexed to said district. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, City Clerk. Now, do I have a motion on the budget adjustment? If so, that would read as I move to approve the budget adjustment as set forth in the agenda report. Do I have a motion?
Make that motion.
I will second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Miller and a second by Councilmember Holmes. Can I have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Holmes.
Aye.
Councilmember Miller.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ortiz.
Aye.
And Mayor Furman.
Aye, the motion passes. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good job.
I think that was an exercise for me to get all the titles right. That's what it was, right? Okay. I see, City Manager, how you do me. Okay. Okay, so now we will move on to 11.5 in our public hearing, and that's adopt resolution number 10261, approving tentative map parcel 38241 to subdivide a 5-acre parcel into 2 parcel subdivision located on Los Palos Drive between Zenda Drive and Avenue 52, APN 779-100-028. Mr. Snyder. So 11.5, correct? Yep. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
members of the City Council, good evening. Kevin Snyder, Director of Community Development. This item before you this evening is a resolution to approve a tentative parcel map that would create 2 parcels of land, legal lots of record of land from 1 current parcel. This property is located on Los Palos Drive between Zenda Drive and Avenue 52. This is the area that is east of the Trilogy Apollo Club. And it is an area that is generally defined by low-density, single-family residential uses. This particular action, if approved by this evening, would, as I indicated, be the first step in creating the legal lot status of 2 lots. The zoning for this area is intended for low-density, single-family uses. So the creation of 2 lots would only allow 1 single-family home on each lot. And this item went before your Planning Commission, and the Planning Commission recommended approval of this item to the City Council. So at this time, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have, but this is a fairly straightforward lot creation action, again, resulting in. Thank you.
Okay. Well, this is a public hearing item, so I will open the public hearing. Do we have any comments from the public on this?
None, Mayor.
No. Okay, I will close the public hearing and open it up to our council for any comments, questions, discussion. Nope, if not, I will entertain a motion.
Yeah, Oscar, it's your turn.
Resolution number 10261, conditional fee approving tentative parcel map number 38241, DPM 21-09-412 to subdivide an existing 5-acre parcel located on Los Palos Drive between Zenda Drive and Avenue 52 into 1 2-acre parcels and 1 3-acre parcel for single-family residential land uses.
I'll second that.
We have a motion on the floor by Councilmember Miller, a second by Mayor Pro Tem Ortiz. Have a vote, please.
Councilmember Holmes.
Aye.
Councilmember Miller.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ortiz.
Aye.
And Mayor Furman.
Aye, the motion passes. So we have concluded the public hearing items on the agenda, and being that we had to move around, we are going to go back up to item number 7 and start with report on City Council external and internal boards. So I will ask Councilmember Holmes if she'd like to start.
Okay. All right, let's see. Let me just go through a couple of things. Most of my meetings were dark. I did attend the CV Mountains Conservancy. We approved a $54,000 grant to the Living Desert for some interpretive signage throughout the desert. It's called Signs of Nature. And really the focus of all of this is to promote outdoor recreation throughout the valley. Acquisition priorities, we talked about that from a strategic point of view. We are set to conserve, ultimately the plan is a little over 700,000 acres. And since 1996, we are at that 100,000 plus a little bit more in terms of acreage. So we have a ways to go in terms of getting to that 700,000 acres of conservation land. Let's see, the next thing, attended today, something really interesting and fascinating. I could do it again at Sunline here in Indio. It's Our Future with Hydrogen. And it really talks about really sustainability and the fuel cell electric buses that we have there. You know, there were several of us that went. The mayor was there, council member, who's also the chairman. Miller was there, Councilmember Ortiz. So I will let each one of them provide some information, but really, really a wonderful presentation. And it really promotes that whole sustainability component. And then something really fun that we did on Saturday is something called the Living Room event here. It's right down here in downtown on the corner of Miles and Smyrna. What a blast. We had the Sarah Winchester band there. We had some great food, really top-notch food. We had barbecue, we had desserts, we had La Quinta Brewing, we had tacos being grilled. It was great. We had cornhole games. Everybody was having fun. There was line dancing. It's really a great evening. Thank you, staff, for putting together a really 5-star event. These are events that are going to be happening every month. I don't remember, is it the second or third?
Second Saturday.
It's the second Saturday of every month. So come out in February, the second Saturday in February. There'll be some announcements shortly. I got to tell you, it really was a wonderful evening. The evening was beautiful, a great way to get together with family and friends and enjoy good food and good music. Mayor, that ends my report.
Thank you. I'll move over to Councilmember Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. All my council commissions were dark, but we did it. Councilmember Holmes alleviated too. We did do the Sunline Transit Agency. They did the hydrogen cell gas station, basically what it is, and converting gas into the hydrogen cell fuel for our buses. Sunline about 30 years ago went to CNG, which was natural gas at the time. Now they're evolving into a more efficient, 100% emission-free fuel that will power our buses, give more gallons per miles per gallon, and also at the same time be more efficient in terms of the buses we have. And it's come down quite a bit. Eventually, most motors out in here in the Coachella Valley for the bus lines will be hydrogen cell fuel, and Sunline has led the way with Lauren Skyber and our staff. So my hat's off to them. And it's right here in Indio. Very interesting to watch the system set up as a whole to the way it's processed and that. So buses at one time were about 3.5 million. Now they're down to about 1.4 million because of the ability to be able to utilize more of them. So great opportunity for the city of Indio to continue to capitalize on it, and for the Coachella Valley leading the way in hydrogen cell fuel. Another one that we did was when the mayor was there and spoke also the groundbreaking for our Indio courthouse for both family and juvenile. After 15 years of talking about it, it was broke the other day right off Oasis Street. $75 million investment by the state of California. It'll be run by the county of Riverside. Great opportunity to make sure that our families who need that service and our community and the people that work there have a top quality courthouse. And we're looking forward to it being completed in 2024. And then a lot of groundbreakings and ribbon cuttings for this area. One is the Desert Metro Fitness over by Jefferson across from Shields State Garden. TKB Bakery, which I'll let a few other people talk about. Amazing. If you haven't been there, the sandwiches, the food, and the atmosphere is just dynamite. What a beautiful facility here in the city of Indio. And they could have gone anywhere, and they chose to stay here right in the city of Indio. And if you haven't been to it, the new facility off of Gulf Center is just amazing. Desert Jet, we all went, quite a few of us went out there. It's the jet service out in Thermal at the Jackie Cochran Airport. Amazing investment while we were there. Plenty of planes coming in and coming out. It will be a great economic boost to the East Valley, and at one time, hopefully will be an economic engine and job creator for our youth and our community as a whole. So my hat's off to them. And then earlier today, or yesterday, excuse me, we were at the new farm and market for the Augustine Band of Kauai Indians, where they have a organic farm out there, and we all went out there. Amazing new property, cultural center, talking about not only how the product and food comes from the earth, but also the culture of their tribe. So great facility. If you haven't done it, it's right behind the Augustine Casino, right off the behind there, and it's open to the public. Great smoothies and amazing produce. So that's it, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you all for joining us today, and thank you for hanging in with us in this long meeting. Today, I got to see the new hydrogen pump station at our 111 Sunline bus station with a few of our council members. This is a very new technology that allows us that allows Sunline to pump hydrogen gas with minimal infrastructure cost, and it also saves 30% energy in the way the pump works. I'm very excited to see this being used for the first time on the West Coast here in Indio, and I hope we can use this technology to further our capacities for hydrogen fuel even more in the future. I had a meeting with the Coachella Valley Economic Partnership this morning. We discussed our new policy platform, which now includes supporting broadband infrastructure, supporting higher education, especially through the expansions of COD and the new CSU campus, supporting sustainable energy technologies, supporting job diversification, digital tech innovation, healthcare innovation, advanced manufacturing, advancing environmental protection efforts, and streamlining real estate developments. We also heard about this year's small business competition, the First Pitch Palm Springs, which will be held here in Indio this year in April at our COD campus here in downtown Indio. And this is kind of like a Shark Tank competition with cash prizes for new local ideas, and applications will be due sometime in May if you're interested. We also heard from Livestream and the urgent need for blood donors in the area. So please give blood if you're able to, and check out the new campaign, which is the Save or Shave campaign, where people are nominating to shave their mustache, beard, or hair if they receive enough donations from their community. And so you can find a donation site and find more information about the campaign at lstream.org. I also had a meeting with the Southern California Association of Governments Energy and Environment Committee. We discussed the climate action resolution, which comes from in October 2020, FEMA identified SoCal as one of the most vulnerable communities in the US when it comes to natural hazards approaching from climate change. LA County is the most at risk nationwide, and San Bernardino and Riverside County are in the top 10 nationwide counties of concern. The resolution adopted 1 year ago conducted outreach to these areas, and so staff concerns from those cities and other organizations included general lack of staffing resources, the need for more coordination between organizations, and the lack of oversight to meet the climate action goals. SB 379 requires adaptation of climate goals by this month, and SCAG has provided a guidebook for cities, and they're also providing one-on-one assistance for free. And so for assistance, cities can contact list@scag.ca.gov. We also had a presentation from the California Natural Resources Agency on their Natural and Working Lands Climate Solutions Program. They're focusing on nature-based solutions to climate change, emulating tribal traditional practices, and restoring wetlands and riparian areas. Their overarching goals are near-term and long-term climate change in California, aligning existing efforts, increasing awareness, and tracking and measuring progress. Their priority is strengthening protection for climate vulnerable communities. We also had a presentation from the city of Long Beach and their Cooling Long Beach project. They hired 6 local organizers to help gather community input to make changes in the Washington neighborhood, which is a low-income area with low vehicle ownership that also has many extreme heat areas throughout the neighborhood. They created heat maps for the areas and are using street trees, green infrastructure, shade structures, cool hard space, and cooling to improve the neighborhoods. And this is all funded by SCAG dollars. And that's all I have for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And my report is relatively easy. Some of the events were mentioned already, but I'll start with one of my boards was the CVAG Public Safety Committee. We had a great presentation by Kim Sarvatari. She is the Riverside County Public Health Director in respects to COVID. And even since that presentation, COVID has changed and it continues to change. But one thing I do want to mention, it seems that this new variant isn't as dangerous as the previous two. It's just a lot more contagious. But I would urge folks to go on the Riverside County Public Health website and pay attention to some of those numbers and some of the things that are going on in our county. And also the Desert Sands Unified School District on their website, pay attention to what's going on with our school district as it pertains to our students, as we want to keep our kids in there. So we want to continue to utilize those safety measures to stop the spread of this COVID-19. And we also had a presentation by Kathleen Brundage, who is in partnership with land management on habitat lands. And that's some of our rural areas and our surrounding areas. And we were talking about working on some ordinance as it pertains to some illegal dumping and some of the things going on in some of those areas. So that was also another great presentation during our Public Safety Committee meeting. I also attended the groundbreaking for the Family and Juvenile Court on Oasis, which is long overdue. This new courthouse will be 5 courtrooms that'll serve our community and aid in springboarding some of those youngsters to a more positive direction in life, and also hitting that reset button and bringing some of those families together who may need some court intervention and some of those issues that we have going on in our community. And this court will also serve the desert region. So it's just not the city of Indio, it's the desert region, as Indio is the second seat in Riverside County. So we do have a lot of the social services. We have the Larson Justice Center, we have the detention center. So we have a lot of those service here, and this court would also serve as part of that. I also attended the redistricting workshop that was online, and I mentioned earlier, I'd like to thank staff, thank our consultant, city manager, and the community for being part of that. And as we move forward during these this process of redistricting, is very important community input, as you will be determining who your representatives will be in your communities. And I also attended the Tomahawk Farms grand opening with Councilmember Miller. That was great. It's an organic farm on the reservation, and they have their own place where you could go buy the produce there. So it was really great. Hats off to the Augustine Cahuilla tribe for doing this in honor of their mother, who is not with us anymore. So it was just a great ceremony. And hats off also to the singers they had there, the bird singers. They were excellent. They're great. I always love to hear them sing. So that was great entertainment as well. So hats off to them. I also attended the hydrogen fuel demonstration today at Sunline. You know, hats off to Lawrence Kyver. Thank you, Councilmember Miller, who chairs that committee. You know, this is some innovation that's taking place here in our city. And Sunline is spearheading that sustainability, environmental friendly transit buses in our community. So it's great. And I mentioned the story of riding, you know, these buses as a youth throughout our valley. But the thing that's even more important now is these buses are more sustainable and safer for our community. They get our students to school. You know, so our students are riding these schools. These buses are in our community. So to have these buses be zero emission, that's great. So hats off to Sunline for being innovative in our community and putting Indio on the map in that respect. And I also attended the Center Stage downtown event, which was great. The entertainment was great. Food was great. I went home with lots of barbecue that I finished off at 2 in the morning. And so there's no surprise why I've gained some weight since I've been on council. And one of the highlights of that, which I really loved, and the city manager knows I rave about this, is our arts and public places. And we had a ribbon cutting for a colossal cacti that you could go right out and see now. It's great that we have these art pieces around our city. As we continue to work on our murals, as we spoke about earlier, we do have other things in our community that we're working on to liven our arts and community. And I don't know about what the science is behind it. I don't know if Mayor Pro Tem could help me, but art does something to the community. It does something to people, it livens it. And as we are the entertainment capital in our Coachella Valley, we have the largest music festival and most popular in the world. We want folks to not only enjoy those amenities, but we want folks downtown enjoying our Center Stage event. We want them enjoying our art, and we want them to continue to come to our city. So hats off to our city manager, our staff, Kyle Lamar, Carl Morgan for bringing these things to us. And before I conclude, I want to say congratulations to our Indio High School boys wrestling team who won DVL last night. I was there, and so congratulations to them. And that would conclude my comments. So thank you. And now I will move on to City Manager report.
Just quickly, we have a, excuse me, we have a series of community cleanups coming up with the first one this coming Saturday, the 22nd. We'll start at 7 a.m. This is the Kenner Avenue, just off of Jackson, North Jackson Park area. Town is a street in that area as well. Invite anyone that would like to come help. There'll be some little projects available starting at 7 a.m., a little bit early on Saturday, but we should have some fun. Many hands make light work. And in that vein, we'd like to thank the Women's Club of Indio that volunteered to pass out flyers to the neighborhood. So we had a lot of help on the front end, and we hope folks will show up on Saturday morning to clean up that neighborhood. And then there'll be 4 more throughout the spring, throughout the community. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, City Manager. And that will be in the Old North Indio area. So we'll be meeting at Jackson Park at 7. Okay, North Jackson Park at 7 a.m. And before I move on, in typical Mayor Furman fashion, I skipped something that I had in my report. So I will go back to my report because I think this is very important for our community. I had a Zoom meeting with Molly Wilshire, and she is a Chief Deputy Southern California Regional Director of External Affairs for Governor Newsom. And as you know, his proposal for his budget just came out. And we talked about some of the issues that are arising in our communities, from homelessness, our COVID-19 budgets, expanding access to healthcare and transportation and infrastructure. And the reason why I bring that up is, as your mayor and as your representative in different districts, we have direct contacts with some of these folks. So you have concerns that are not only in our community, but also in our state. Let us know so we can reach out to these folks and voice our opinions and put that energy in Sacramento. So that will conclude my report. And we will now move on to item number 12, which is public comments for items not on the agenda. And I have a couple, and I will start with Celeste Feeler.
Okay, good evening. I'm back again to talk about crime and public safety. I do appreciate hearing from, the cameras going to be installed and you guys approving that. I think that is a step in the right direction. But a few days ago, I took to social media regarding funding Indio Police Department and transparency and funding the police and building the community and making it safer. And I was really taken back about the counter post and statements of safety concerns by the chief. After his post, I watched people praise and feel sorry for him for having to make a counter post, which basically repeated what I said. But he did add that there was misinformation when the information is in the news. So I couldn't believe that my fund the police post was hijacked by the police chief. I just thought that was kind of weird. The comment that the chief did reply to was about fireworks. It was the first time I've heard him say a statement about anything. So I felt like I kind of made history that he replied to my post. And I did create a petition that I know that you guys saw. You're probably thinking that it got only about 150 signatures on that. But it was an experiment. I wanted to see how many people in the community pay attention to what happens in the city. And it's not very many. And 150 signatures proves that. So I didn't really push it out as much. I wanted to see what I could do if I just kind of put it on the city's, page, or a little social media, and then also on Nextdoor. And not many people really pay attention to what is happening unless it's all negative. So and it was funny because I even talked to the community while that was, went into businesses around here. And while I was talking to a business locally, it's getting robbed while I'm standing there. And I asked them, I said, aren't you going to call the police? And they said, no. And the reason was because they say the police don't do anything. And I stopped them to correct them that it's not the police. It's actually bad policies that don't do anything. It's bad politicians that don't do anything. It's city leaders that don't do anything. It is not the police. It is policies. It is people that don't do anything to protect this area or their communities. So what I'm urging is to Mr. Montgomery and go over the budget on how we can fund the police here in Indio. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Do we have a Susie Del Toro? She here?
No, I think she left.
She left. Susie Del Toro. Okay. And do we have one more comment? Mr. Al Mesa?
Gentlemen, I want to go history about when I was about 40 and good looking, young and good looking. Anyway, about 24 years ago, we having dinner in Indio Hotel, 9 families. You guys were praising the Tamale Festival. We were 9 families eating tamales colombianos. And that family was David Hernandez, Rui Valenzuela, de Rodriguez, and everybody was sitting down. The owner of the Indio Hotel, there was a Colombiano, and he made the tamales for us. And Mr. David Hernandez asked, I wonder the history of the tamales, where the tamales come and everything else. So we say, well, in 2 weeks, we get together and put together and find out what every kind of tamales, Mexican tamales, Colombianos, Budapest, and back and forth. So we come out with the idea, let's make a tamale festival. Okay. And the tamale festival, when we come to it, you guys were so nice with the guy right here in the tamale festival, but in that time, the city council treated me like shit. Well, usually they do, and for years and years they did that, you know, and you know, Mr. Miller, that's true, right? So we put this together and we put it with our money. We created, we did the whole thing. Year later, the city take it away from us and take over, right? You know, we about 3 years ago when Mr. David Hernandez died, Mrs. Bessie Hernandez come and ask us to do something with the park where the Indio Hotel used to be, because that's a historical thing. And you know that the Tamale Festival is one of the biggest things now to bring people to Indio. It was just to ask you to put a plaque or to put the name in the park right there, David Hernandez or whatever, just to put it whatever way you guys want it. Out of those 9 families, the only people left now is Bessie Hernandez, Rose Valenzuela, Alicia Mesa, and myself. Everybody else died. You know, I don't think Miss Bessie Hernandez come and ask you anymore again. And in fact, I don't think she even wanted to have nothing to do with the city of Indio. And you guys got to realize that Mr. David Hernandez was mayor, was city council, was head of the president of the fairground, president of the Chamber of Commerce. And actually, he was part of the thing that 9 families started the murals too, with the Chamber of Commerce when he was president of the Chamber of Commerce. The 3 first murals were started by the. So, you know, so there is not much to us. How about thinking about it to do something with the park before next Tamale Festival? Because, you know, you actually didn't belong to the city of Indio. It belonged to that 9 families. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Mesa. Do we have any other comments?
None, Mayor.
No other comments, and we'll move on to actually, before we move on, I just want to remind everyone that we do have the community cleanup this Saturday in Old North Indio, 7 a.m. at North Jackson Park. And I just want to advise everyone that tomorrow is Mayor Pro Tem Oscar Ortiz's birthday. So we like to We can sing happy birthday. It'll be a first in the council meeting. But we like to wish Mayor Pro Tem a happy birthday. And our next council meeting and joint council meeting on IWA would be February 2nd, 2022. And that would adjourn this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.